Ah, forgot to turn on my mic. That was probably very loud. Hey. Oh, hey, Richard. I'm glad. Hey, how are you doing? Hope you guys are having a good day. It's like at the very tail end of that song, I realized I had to go check something out. Um, I still technically need to like double check it. So I might just play another good song real quick. I was only planning on having that loop twice and just hop right in, but I might need some extra time to look into that. But doing some reading, you'll be in and out. That's totally fine with me. I hope you have an amazing time reading. What song can I pick? What song? We're just gonna play one more song, and then I'll hop back in. You know what? We'll just do a good old classic. Let me update the music. This is true. 6. Okay. Just let me fix this one thing and I will be right back. Okay? Okay, cool. Oh, okay. Let me lower the music a bit. Okay. We should be good to go. I'm so sorry about that. I meant to start the stream officially like 5 minutes ago. Long story short, I still had to do some work stuff. And it just so happened that, like, right as I was ready to do stuff, I had to, like, finalize a few things. Such is working from home. Anyway, how are you guys doing? I hope you guys are having a good day. Thank you so much for coming out to this. We are so close to finishing Danganronpa. Boy, howdy. The last bit of Danganronpa is always a trip. So, hope you guys are ready for that. How am I doing? I'm doing okay. I'm just tired. But I feel like that's the norm, you know? Yeah, just the long story short with my work stuff is that I have been updating work stuff for like the last 3 hours. And it finally finished. So, I'm just glad that I can play Danganronpa now. I'm gonna switch over to the game. It's probably gonna be loud a little bit because I can't remember my audio settings if I'm 100% honest. But I'll adjust it when I actually get into the game. So, we're gonna launch Danganronpa. Let's switch over to the game. Boop. Danganronpa. Okay. Alright, I think the volume could be lower. Maybe just a tad. I think I'm just gonna lower the volume a tad. Actually, it seems okay. It seems okay. You know what? I think it seems fine. Okay. So. Volume seems okay? Okay. Yeah. I trust you guys. It sounds okay, and the volume seemed good on my end. Man, it feels like it's been like 10 years since we played Danganronpa. So, let's do a quick recap on what happened. In the last trial, we found out that poor Sakura had committed suicide. And then, as a joint effort, we all decided that we weren't going to really play the Masterminds game anymore. I mean, like, we're in a killing game, but we aren't going to, like, willingly go along with it. So, we are all, like, officially working together. Although Byakuya had some gripes. He was like, this Kyoko character, we don't know what her talent is, and we never have. So, Kyoko, you should tell us what your talent is. She was like, I can't tell you because I don't remember. And he's like, do you really expect me to believe that bullcrap? So, he had a proposal. He's like, you tell us what your talent is, or you give me the key to your room. And, like, you know, to prevent her from going there. And so she was like, okay, fine. And then she gave him the key to her room. So Kyoko has been kind of, like, missing a little bit. Like, we haven't quite seen her a lot. We've, like, every now and then she's, like, we've been able to help her with some things, but, like, we don't have the full story yet. And then, one day we actually got sick. And in the middle of the night, while we were, like, having, like, a fever dream or something, we saw someone standing over us with a knife. And then everything goes black. We don't exactly remember what happened. But then the next thing we see is Kyoko standing over us. We're like, this is weird. Next morning, we wake up. We go to the dining hall and we find Hina there. And Hina's like, oh, hey, I am bringing food to everyone. You should come with me. And we were like, what? We go to the gym and we find out Monokuma hasn't been working. And in fact, so much so that, like, the rest of the group was able to dismantle Monokuma. We're like, okay, that's weird. We were able to, first of all, touch the headmaster, because the last time that happened, people died and almost got blown up. So why can we do that now? And we came up to the conclusion, like, okay, Monokuma's just not working. That means we can check out a few places. So we decide to go to the headmaster's room, but we can't get in. Byakuya sends Toko to go get a pickaxe so that we can break down the door. Toko goes. Then Genocide Jack comes back and basically tells us there's a corpse in the garden. We're like, excuse me? So we go back and we see a masked person dead in the garden. Genocide Jack goes to try to remove the mask, and then it blows up. So the corpse has become unidentifiable. So everyone is like, well, that could only be like a few things. That could be that Kyoko, or we had heard about the 16th student, but we also believe that 16th student is the mastermind. So we're like, maybe that was the mastermind. And also the body had a key on it, and with that key we were able to go into this data center where there was a bunch of surveillance cameras and we could see the footage like being relayed there. So we're like, okay, that's where the mastermind was watching us. Does it make sense that if the corpse was the mastermind, it would have a key to where they would be able to watch us. And as we were like checking out that place, Monokuma appears again, which is weird. Then Monokuma basically tells us, because we were trying to like get the TV to work, and we just saw us on there, and we're like, that's a little weird. Monokuma tells us that this whole killing game is being broadcasted, basically. But yeah, Monokuma works, and then he gives us a Monokuma file, which means it's time to investigate. So everyone's like, okay, well then, what is going on? So the theory was that Kyoko was dead, right? Because it's like, well, the mastermind's still working, Kyoko must be dead. When we all gather to go for the trial, we aren't going anywhere. And we're like, this is weird. And Monokuma's like, well, that's because not everyone has shown up yet. Like, what do you mean? This is everybody, isn't it? And then Kyoko shows up. We're like, okay. So there's a lot that happened. We'll go over it a little bit. But yeah, that's the gist of it. We were hopping right into the trial. So we don't have any answers, really. We know that Kyoko was able to use a key to like get access to like certain places, but that's all we know. We haven't had time to really catch up with Kyoko. Kyoko took the time. She was checking out like the second floor dorms, I believe. And then when she came back from it was when she heard, like everyone go to the red door for the trial. So she checked on the corpse real quick to get a gist of the case and has come here. But unfortunately, there's a lot of incriminating evidence to Kyoko that she did this. And she even said before the trial, like, this trial is in a very important step for me. So we don't know what's really going on, but hopefully we'll find out. All right, that was a big, long recap. But let's just hop on in. Let's do it. Boy, oh boy. Yeah. Alright, do I have any skills? Okay, yeah, that increases the influence gauge. Perfect. I don't think I can equip anything else if we have it. Yeah, it doesn't look like it. So, let's go over the truth bullets, because it's been like, what, 2 weeks? I'm so sorry. Okay. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They'd also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered in other wounds, but these were at least several days old. The explosion has burnt the upper half of the body beyond recognition. The upper half of the body remained on fire and had to be extinguished. Because of this, the upper half was soaking wet, while the bottom half remained dry. Fake nails. The body was wearing notably long fake nails. Tattoo on the right hand. The body had a tattoo of a dog on the back of the right hand. There were bits of charred debris near the body. It should be noted that the bomb, which had been removed from Monokuma in the gym, had disappeared. It's hard to imagine these two events are unrelated. Sprinklers. The sprinklers are programmed to come on every morning at 7:30, and this time is impossible to change. As such, it can be assumed that if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, it would have gotten wet. When the body was found. At 7 a.m., Makoto wakes to the morning announcement. At 7:30 a.m., Makoto and Hina arrive in the dining hall. 7:30 to 9 a.m., Makoto meets the others in the gym, and together they head to the headmaster's room. At 9 a.m., Toko is told to find a pickaxe in the garden where she discovers the body. The knife. Oh, that's one thing. Toko found this knife, and we decided to keep it hidden in our room. And this is the very same knife that we saw that masked figure have over our bed. So the knife was found near the body. It's the same knife that was used to stab it before the explosion. It was also the same knife that Toko had given to Makoto for safekeeping. And the knife the masked assailant was holding when they attacked Makoto. Yes, it explained it there. I could have just let the game do it. The tarp was hidden among the other items in the tool shed. One side was wet and filthy with mud and grime. The other side was completely clean and dry. The chickens! The number of chickens in the chicken coop had decreased from 5 to 4. Hiro claims that there were, without a doubt, 5 chickens just before nighttime last night. And yet... Right, Byakuya's account. Byakuya stated that there was no corpse in the garden just after nighttime last night. So it can be assumed that the murder must have taken place sometime after that. Byakuya also said that he, Hiro, Toko, and Hina were in the gym the entire night, and none of them were alone at any point. Body before the explosion. The corpse had a mask covering its head and a white jacket covering the body. The knife had been thrust into the abdomen, and there were bloodstains around the wound. The body had stopped bleeding, but the blood was still wet. It was noted, however, that there was no blood on the ground around the body. Mukuro Ikusaba, female, is known as the ultimate soldier. She became obsessed with the military from a young age. She disappeared while on a vacation in Europe and reappeared in Japan 3 years later. Apparently, every member of Fenrir gets a tattoo somewhere on their body to represent their membership in the group. Monokuma's account. Apparently, the killing game began with 16 participants, all students. It is assumed that Mukuro Ikusaba was the 16th student. Monokuma also revealed that the reason Kyoko wears gloves is to hide something she doesn't want anyone else to see. Wood block key. This wood block decoration was found in Kyoko's room. It looks like it's actually the key to one of the lockers in the dojo. Titanium arrows. The set of titanium arrows was found in a dojo locker. There appear to be 10 in total. Bloody duct tape. Along with the arrows, there was also a wadded up ball of duct tape in the locker. The duct tape had traces of blood on it. It is assumed that it is related to the case, but nobody can imagine how. I wonder. Kyoko's account. Kyoko used Monokuma's secret tool, which grants access to any room in the school, to sneak into the second floor of the dorms. This area seems to have no monitors or security cameras. Because Monokuma had no idea where Kyoko went. That is our evidence. Let me save. I'm going to be save scumming a lot, as I do with every trial. And let's just hop right into it.
Let's begin with a basic explanation of the class trial. So, your votes will determine the results. If you can figure out who done it, then only they will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong one, then I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and the one that deceived everyone else will graduate. Okay, well, I'll leave the rest up to you.
Well then, let's discuss the specifics of the victim. First, we need to clarify who exactly the unidentified victim is.
It's Kyoko. There's no other explanation.
But Kyoko's standing right there.
No, that's a ghost!
Hero.
But she has legs and stuff.
Hero.
Well, that's just because she's like the latest evolution in ghost technology.
There's a limit to how much ridiculousness I can tolerate.
Hero, you cuber. Ugh. I am with Byakuya though.
Okay. So I just have to prove that the corpse isn't Kyoko, right? Then let's compare Kyoko's traits to the traits of the dead body.
Her traits?
One important trait that Kyoko has that proves the body doesn't belong to her is the piercing glare. Frick. I mean, let's. I feel like this is the obvious answer. Oh, gosh, I'm gonna make a fool of myself. I feel like this is the obvious answer. And then I think we're actually going to talk about this. Yes, the piercing glare of a dead body. Gaze into its dead eyes. Am I overthinking this?
I got it!
No, I'm not. Okay.
I'm talking about her gloves. They'll give us some insight into the mystery. I'm sure of it.
In that case, I think it would be helpful if someone explained why she actually wears those gloves.
And would you happen to know the answer?
Twitch hates your videos. Sorry, once it's loading your video. Aw, hold on, let me reply to this. It's okay. Sorry to hear that, but thanks for stopping by regardless. Yeah, I don't know. Twitch is... I love Twitch. But it seems a lot of people are having trouble loading videos. I'm not sure why. Anyway.
In fact, Monokuma told me. Apparently you have scars on your hands you don't want anyone to see.
Do you guys want me to move chat, by the way, on the video? There's not really a good spot for it, unfortunately, but... Weird.
Oh, you know, now that I think about
Let's
it,
do auto real quick.
the corpse wasn't wearing any gloves, right?
They probably just got burnt up in the explosion. I'm not convinced. The ghost is just trying to fool us all.
Really? Hero? There's no way that corpse was Kyoko. But if I can't prove why, we're gonna be stuck here and the case won't move forward. Oh boy. Oh boy. I don't have any choice. But, No, you're not taking up space! It's okay to take up space! It's okay, dude. Okay, fragments, sprinklers, exploded, now it says fake nails.
That Kyoko there is just a ghost.
Impossible.
Okay, then prove it. Prove she's not a ghost.
The dead body wasn't wearing gloves.
You can put it in the
They
right
got
corner?
burnt
That could
up
work.
in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves before the explosion.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves. Because that corpse is absolutely Kyoko.
This entire discussion is idiotic.
Oh, I think I remember why. Okay. I know the body is in Kyoko, and I know I can prove it. Yeah, I remember what I need to do. Okay, let me get chat real quick. And I'll move it into the right corner. Okay. Hopefully that will look good. Alright.
That Kyoko there is just a... Okay, then prove
The
it.
dead body wasn't wearing.
They got
I didn't mean to
burnt
throw
up
that.
in the explosion.
Then she was wearing gloves.
Well, yeah, she must have been wearing gloves.
You can't wear fake nails with gloves.
No, that's wrong. No, there's no way the corpse was wearing gloves. Whoever it was, they were wearing fake nails, remember? I imagine trying to wear gloves over nails like that would have been a pretty big pain. Besides, Kyoko wears gloves to hide her hands, right?
It's better? Yeah, I think so too. You right.
It'd be pretty weird for someone who's self-conscious about their hands to wear fake nails, don't you think?
Jeez, man, you don't know women, huh? They're complicated like that.
No.
If anyone doesn't know women, it's you.
Well, Kyoko, any thoughts?
These gloves were custom made to the size of my hands to make sure they don't interfere with my daily life. If I wore fake nails, the gloves wouldn't fit properly.
Then that's that. The dead body doesn't belong to Kyoko.
Which should have been obvious since she's standing right here.
Okay, so then, who's the real victim? First, we need to figure that out.
Okay, cool. Now that everyone is on the same page.
That's the first thing I said. You're the one who's been dragging us around in circles.
You have to identify the victim. Everything starts from there. Let's save again. Fragments, sprinklers, body analysis, fake nails, level 2. Okay.
If Kyoko really is still alive,
She is.
then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition. And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Then there's nothing else we can do, right?
Hmm. We need to find out who the victim was before we can do anything else.
If Kyoko really is still alive,
Hold on. What does this say? I need to remember. Oh. It's
then who died?
There's gotta be some way to figure it out. I don't think so. The face was scorched beyond recognition.
Whoops.
And there wasn't any description in the Monokuma file. Well, if we can't identify the body...
Let's try this. Yes.
No, that's wrong. There was one clue left behind that we can use to identify the body.
What? For real? If you're lying, you'll die a cruel and unusual death.
Cruel and unusual death. This I gotta see.
Oh jeez, no. Let's not get ahead of
Just
us.
being stupid. Ignore them, Makoto. Tell us what you're talking about.
The key to figuring out who it was is the tattoo on the back of her hand.
Oh, yeah. The design's pretty strange, huh? Is this a dog? Her master must have made her get it. To be like, you're my bitch.
Seriously? It really did something that humiliating?
No, that's not it. The identity of the victim is hidden within that tattoo.
Oh, really?
Compared to that to other information, I believe it's the profile that goes over it. Yeah, member of Fenrir gets a tattoo.
I got it! The Fenrir Mercenary Corps. That's the name of the military group Mukuro Ikusaba belonged to.
Okay, so...
To show that they're a member of the team, each soldier that joins the squad would get a tattoo representing Fenrir somewhere on their body.
Fenrir?
The image that represents Fenrir is a hangman's gambit. Okay. L, please. Can I get an L? Did I miss an L? Am I that blind? There it is.
Now I understand. The representation of Fenrir is a wolf.
Fenrir, the Wolf of Ragnarok. It's from Norse mythology. A huge, world-ending wolf beast. He's the child of the trickster god Loki, and a female giant.
Man, after all this time, we finally got a glimpse of the literary all-star.
A wolf tattoo. Then that means...
Exactly. The body we found had a tattoo of a wolf, which means that person must have once belonged to Fenrir. So it must have been Mukuro.
What?
Oh, hold on. Isn't she the one that was behind this whole thing?
You sound surprised, but you're absolutely right. Yes, indeed. The trial this time is to solve the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
Gasp!
Are you saying the mastermind is dead? And now we have to have a cool-ass trial?
No. It means we were wrong in thinking that Mukuro was the mastermind at all.
But I mean, being the ultimate despair seems like a pretty mastermindy title to me.
Maybe we shouldn't have been thinking of her as the ultimate despair in the first place. After all, looking at her profile, I didn't see anything that would fit such a description. All it said was that she was the ultimate soldier. If I remember correctly, that other information came from Kyoko. That's what you told Makoto, right?
Oh boy, of course he's gonna be questioning Kyoko.
So that means Kyoko got it wrong?
And who was she? Who was Mukuro Ikusaba?
The 16th student lying hidden somewhere in the school, known as the ultimate despair. Watch out for her.
She's been gone this whole time? And when she finally turns up, she gets killed. Usually when there's a scene where an important character dies, it has a lot more detail.
So you're saying she wasn't an important character, which would mean she was the same as us. Just another participant.
Then who's the real mastermind?
It must have been the Hope's Peak Academy headmaster after all.
No, the headmaster has nothing to do with it.
But how can we trust that? We already know your information about Mukuro was wrong.
My information was not wrong.
Okay. We're in the middle of a trial right now. Figuring out who killed Mukuro is first and foremost. Please limit all future prattle, chatter, and chit-chat as much as possible.
Fine. Uncovering the identity of the mastermind will have to wait. But remember this, no matter what happens, we will find out who you really are. I stake my family name on it.
I have officially decided to completely ignore all such attempts at provocation.
What a powerful line.
Now then, just so nobody's confused, let me state this one more time for the reason we're having a class trial is because a murder among the students has taken place. Hammer that point straight into your big ol' brains!
What you're saying is that both the victim and the culprit are part of the student body?
Sorry, had to adjust my seat. I know that sounded weird. That was my seat. Ah.
Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Wait, no! There's a chance that there's some mystery 17th person who's been hiding all along!
Nope! There are only 16 students in total that have been taking part in these events.
Seriously? Then, one of us killed Mukuro?
Who did it? Who's the killer this time?
Get a hold of yourself. We've already narrowed down the list of possible suspects.
Huh?
I'm sure you realize who I'm talking about, right, Makoto? Who the evidence points to?
I mean... Ah, frick. My save button disappeared. As we know, there can only be two suspects. Kyoko?
I got it! You've narrowed it down to Kyoko and me, right?
Why do you say that?
Allow me to explain. Just after nighttime last night, I went to the garden, so I can confirm that at that point, there was no dead body there. So, the murder must have taken place after I left the garden. However, Hiro, Toko, Hina, and I were in the gym the entire time.
The gym?
That's right. The four of us were there trying to dismantle Monokuma. The whole time, we were very careful not to go anywhere alone. We even went to the bathroom in pairs. All of which is to say, the four of us all have alibis. The only ones without alibis
Are me and Makoto. That's why you're able to narrow down the list of suspects.
exactly so.
So the only suspects are now me and Kyoko. I can't let this stand. Somehow I have to clear my name. I mean, yeah, but... Ugh, this trial.
I have something I'd like to say regarding the whole alibi thing.
Are you thinking of raising an objection?
Well, before that, I just want to try and get a better idea of what time the murder took place. Doing that might reveal some kind of clue.
Whatever you want. Somebody go ahead and help him out.
Me and Byakuya can both confirm that the body wasn't in the garden at, well, it was after nighttime for sure. I'd say it must have been around 10 o'clock. So the murder must have happened after 10 p.m.
Then I guess we can say the time frame for the murder was between then and when we found the body? Oh, but what time did we find the body?
The one who saw the body first was Toko, right? And she went to go get the pickaxe.
What time was the body? It was at 9 o'clock.
I got it! The body must have been discovered at 9 a.m., since that's when Toko went to get the pickaxe.
Oh gosh, I forgot I had to do this stuff. Now then, Toko, what time is it? Well, when we left the gym, it was just before 9 o'clock, so it's probably 9 on the dot now. Okay, go get the pickaxe and be back here by 9:01.
He's right. It had to be around then.
So we can be totally sure the murder happened sometime between 10 at night and 9 in the morning.
For me, I was already asleep before nighttime hit, so I don't have an alibi after 10 o'clock. But I'm sure I met up with everyone else before 9 this morning.
We ran into each other in the dining hall, right? That was around... Oh yeah! Right around 7:30. I remember checking right before I went in, so I'm totally sure about it.
Which means from 10 p.m. to 7:30 a.m., you don't have an alibi.
What happened between 10 p.m. and 9 a.m.? I don't have an alibi for 10 p.m. till 7:30. Okay, looks like this game has begun. Hey, let me see! Let me see! I can't provide an alibi for that period, and I'll just have to prove the murder didn't happen during the time I don't have an alibi. The fragments, the sprinklers, the body analysis, fake nails. Okay, I think I know what it is.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most of that time.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
This took place in the garden, right? There's something that happens every morning at a certain time.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning. Yep. And
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Ah! This is one where I have to memorize, isn't it? I think I got it wrong.
Shoot!
Yeah, I think I have to memorize the statement.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night
Do I have to do that one?
and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Yep, and Makoto doesn't have an alibi for most.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should think. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the time.
Gosh.
We've
It's been forever
established a
since I did
time
this
frame
case.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
I feel like I gotta memorize
Yep,
Hina's statement and
and
shoot
Makoto
it.
doesn't have an alibi for most.
Yeah, from 10
Because
o'clock
none of these other things really
to
make sense.
7:30.
That's more than enough time to commit murder, I should. So Makoto, if you have any objections, now would be the. We've established a time frame for the. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock.
Oh my gosh. Oh, it's been forever!
Shoot!
We've established
Okay,
a time frame. It
let's
took
memorize
place
one
somewhere
Byaku's
between
saying.
10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock. Yep. And Makoto.
Yeah, from to 7:30.
Wow. Oh no. Oh no.
Shoot!
Guys, it took 5 chapters for me to forget everything. Okay, let me think
We've
this.
established a time frame for the
I
murder.
think I'm just dumb right
It
now.
took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night and 9 o'clock in the morning.
Body analysis. Well, the bottom half was dry. Oh my gosh, I am dumb. I am dumb. Oh, I'm so dumb.
And Makoto doesn't have.
Yeah, from 10 o'clock to 7:30.
Frick! That's not it! Oh my gosh. I'm so happy that I gave me my skill where I do that.
We've established a time frame for the murder. It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
I wanted to try it.
Shoot!
Oh my gosh, there's only 16 seconds left? There's only 16 seconds left! Oh my gosh, I can't believe I'm stumped. I keep saying this game is like the easiest one and I forgot this freaking part. Frick. Oh, this is embarrassing. Oh, frick. Okay. Let me think about this. Just a little dumb right now. So right now they're talking about times. It's like after 10 o'clock at night. The only one things I could think are the body analysis and the city. Okay. So it's after 10 o'clock and then to 7:30. Memorizing both statements and shooting both of the statements didn't work. And then 2 bullets that I thought would work didn't work. Wait. Hold on, my brain is really dumb. Did I know I shot the sprinklers at 7:30, but did I do it after 10 o'clock? can't. I feel like I did it. Crap. Okay, I shot the sprinklers at 7:30. I know that. But did I actually shoot 10 o'clock at night? Because what I would want to prove is that the body... The body and the sprinklers have a contradiction, basically. Because the sprinklers go off at 7:30, but the body was dry, and we're gonna have to prove a whole bunch of other things. Did I shoot? Okay, hold on.
We've established a time frame for the murder.
I only have so long.
It took place somewhere between 10 o'clock at night.
Oh my gosh.
No, that's wrong.
I just had a brain fart moment, it's fine!
Actually, the murder couldn't have happened anywhere near 10 o'clock. It had to have taken place way later.
And what makes you say that?
I can't believe I forgot. Oh my gosh. The logic was there, I just forgot how to... prove it, basically. Oof, that was close. I almost got it. Game over in the first Danganronpa game, and that would have been very embarrassing. Oof.
Because of the sprinklers in the garden. The sprinklers are set to go off right at 7:30 every morning, right? So if the body had been in the garden before 7:30, then it should have been completely soaked.
Oh, hold on. I remember this part perfectly. The body was wet. Dripping wet, in fact.
Sorry, Toko, but you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How? Are you saying only the mouth down south was wet? How dare you spew such indecent words?
First of all, that's an amazing phrase. Second of all, you said it.
No, I'm saying that the body was wet, but not because of the sprinklers.
What do you mean by denying the sprinkler? Are you trying to deny my entire existence?
Also a great line.
Man, you're totally wacko.
If you really think it wasn't the sprinkler, you'd better tell us why!
It wasn't the sprinklers. Can I say? I wasted a lot on that face. Oh, so embarrassing, man. Okay, what am I doing? Oh, I'm doing a BTB? Okay. I don't know if that's what it's called in this.
I admit nothing. No, no, no! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. No, no, no! That's enough!
Oh, did that hit me? I think that hit
Are
me.
you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this. I admit nothing. No, no, no! That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit
They're moving so fast! Oh my gosh.
No,
Okay, I need
no.
to...
That's enough! Are you trying to blame me? I admit nothing. I'm right about this.
Ah!
I admit nothing.
Oh my gosh.
How can you say it wasn't the sprinkler?
I think it's this one.
This should prove it. Just remember what the body was like after the explosion, and you'll see why it wasn't the sprinklers. The top half of the body was wet, yes, but the bottom half was completely dry. If the sprinklers got the body wet, shouldn't the whole body have been wet?
Eat.
So they only got the top wet? The bottom was completely dry? What a brutal maniac! I'm so sick of her.
Let's just move on. The reason only the top half was wet was because... while the body was still on fire, I doused it with water. But only the part on fire, the top half.
Oh, then I guess the sprinklers really didn't do it.
So if the sprinklers didn't get the body wet, Then the murder must have taken place sometime after the sprinklers turned on at 7:30 in the morning.
Which means she must have been killed sometime between then and when the body was discovered at 9.
But Makoto's alibi was only missing from 10 o'clock last night to 7:30 this morning, right?
So there's no way Makoto could have done it. I guess you had an alibi after all. Good for you.
In which case, the only one left without an alibi is Kyoko.
Kyoko's the only one without an alibi. Which would mean that Mukuro's killer is... No, I refuse to believe it. Kyoko murdered someone? That's...
I'd just like to say one thing. If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of this school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen.
Huh?
So are you saying you're not the culprit?
Of course I'm not. I have no reason to kill anyone. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us.
A trap?
We're this far into the game, and now you decide to blame me? Stop wasting time! Stop wasting energy! You really think your little trick is gonna work?
Shut up, you!
You got it, boss! Shutting up now!
I love how Byakuya can tell just Monokuma to shut up, and he's like, okay, sure.
Anyway, Kyoko, you actually did have a reason to kill her.
Huh? She did?
She thought Mukuro was the ultimate despair. In other words, the mastermind behind everything. So she killed her to try and put a stop to all this. Isn't that right, Kyoko? But you made one catastrophic mistake. Mukuro wasn't the mastermind at all. And as a result, we were forced into another trial. Something I'm sure you weren't at all expecting.
So, that was her motive?
If she had a motive and no alibi, well then, I think it's pretty clear Kyoko's gotta be the culprit.
I'm not the only one without an alibi. Makoto's explanation is still insufficient.
Huh?
The sprinklers didn't get the body wet, but that doesn't mean the murder happened when he said it did.
What are you...
Because you see, there is a way the body could have avoided getting wet.
Interesting. I'm listening.
All it would take is covering the body with a certain something to keep it from getting wet.
Certain something at the scene was used to cover the body? It was probably the tarp.
I got it!
Thank you for giving me a little
You're
bit of my
talking
health
about
back.
the tarp, aren't you?
You catch on quick. You're right. All you'd have to do is cover the body with the tarp, and that'd take care of the water. In fact, that's exactly what the killer did. The dirt pattern on the tarp can attest to that. Only one side of the tarp got dirty, because that's the side that got covered in water. The side that faced down over the body, meanwhile, kept perfectly clean. This proves that the killer used the tarp to keep the body from getting soaked.
But why would they go to all that effort just to keep the body from getting wet?
Most likely so they could cloud the issue of when the murder actually took place. In other words, to create an excuse exactly like the one Makoto just gave us.
Uh-oh. Why would Kyoko say that? Why would she want to make me look like the killer? No, I can't think about that right now. That tarp was used the way Kyoko said. The tarp must have touched the body, right? But the body...
Wait. Something's not right.
And what might that be?
Can't worry about Kyoko's motivations. If I don't do something, everyone's gonna think I'm the killer. I have to refute what Kyoko said. Wait, it's time to save, because we are... I was literally thinking when we started this whole thing, I was like, man, we have so much health. That's never gonna go down. And then I made a fool of myself. I ate my own words, basically. So here I am, reaping my pride. Okay, knife, body before the explosion, the body analysis, fragments, and when the body was found.
By covering the body
Doing great,
with the tarp,
thanks.
the killer prevented it from getting wet.
That's exactly
So
why I
the
keep
reason
messing
the
up
tarp
which
was only
controllers
dirty
shoot
on
and which
one
ones don't.
side is because the sprinkler got that side wet.
But the underside of the tarp, it was totally spotless, right?
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing down toward the body, of course it didn't get dirty.
I also love that in this chapter we actually get Makoto to like participate in the debate, because like in the past he hasn't really talked much. It's mostly been another character. This time he does. Alright, there has to be a clue hidden to the tarp somewhere. I believe.
By covering the body with the tarp.
Let me double check what this says, because I'm scared now. The body was stabbed, hero. Yeah. So we're looking at body before the explosion. Blood was still wet. That's what I was looking for. If the blood was still wet, it would have gotten off the tarp.
The killer prevented it from getting wet.
So the reason the tarp was it's because the sprinkler got that.
But the underside of it was totally spot.
It's because that side was protected from the water. Since it was facing. Of course it didn't get dirty.
Yes!
No, that's wrong. Actually, one side being clean is pretty strange if you think about it. Because the blood wasn't dry before the body got blown up, right?
Woo! Thank you.
Yakuya said it himself. Not to touch it, or you might get some on you. If you put a tarp on a body in that state, it absolutely would have gotten blood on it.
Well, maybe the culprit washed it, so nobody would know they'd used it.
If they had, they would have washed both sides. Just washing the one side wouldn't hide anything.
Oh, yeah, true.
More than that, what if the very blood we saw on the body was meant as a kind of camouflage?
Huh? Blood with camouflage?
What if, after the killer used the tarp to avoid the sprinklers, they then covered the body in blood that didn't belong to the victim?
You mean someone else's blood? Where would they get something like that?
I know! They could have grabbed some of the blood packs from the nurse's office. That's what Hifumi did, right? When he pretended to be dead?
No, that's not what happened this time.
Good thought, but not quite.
The killer got the blood from right there in the garden.
Got blood from the garden, which must mean the chickens.
I got it! Could it have been chicken blood?
What? Chicken blood?
When I checked the chicken coop before the murder, there were 5 chickens. But after the murder, there were only 4.
So, you're saying someone killed a chicken? And then covered the body with its blood? Man, that's messed up.
Killing a living thing just to do something like that is awful. They should have at least eaten it.
Don't eat raw meat.
I wonder if the killer had to get the blood from the scene so they wouldn't be spotted walking around. Anyway, there's no denying that a chicken went missing, which provides a basis for my theory.
Perhaps, but even so, there's one thing that still doesn't make sense. You said the culprit used the tarp to avoid the water and then covered the body in blood, right? But if that's the case, then the blood should have soaked into the ground around the body. But that's not what we saw. Only the victim's clothing had blood on it. The ground was completely clean.
I have to agree, that certainly is strange. Maybe they didn't apply the blood at the scene. Maybe they covered the coat in blood beforehand.
They covered it beforehand?
When you discovered the body, was it wearing the coat like you normally would?
I think so. Wait, no. The head was through the neck hole, but the arms weren't in the sleeves.
Then that settles it.
Sorry, I'm having a tough time keeping up. What settles what?
Here's what happened. The murder took place before the sprinklers went off, but the body didn't get wet because the killer covered it with the tarp. Then, later, at the same time the killer was gathering up the tarp, they pulled the coat over the body. The coat they'd already covered in blood. This series of cover-ups was meant to disguise the actual time the murder occurred. They wanted us to think the murder happened sometime after the sprinklers had gone off, at 7:30.
If that's actually what took place, it certainly becomes possible that the murder happened earlier.
But to pull all that off, wouldn't they have had to go back to the garden after the sprinklers turned off?
That actually wouldn't have been all that difficult.
Huh?
They already had the coat ready, so they just had to grab the tarp and pull the coat over the body. They'd be done in no time.
Maybe. But still.
Hina, after you met up with Makoto in the dining hall, did you two stay together from that point on?
Oh no. I headed off to the gym, and Makoto didn't show up till later.
Then he had plenty of time to spare, wouldn't you say?
Wait a minute.
That's not.
Don't bother saying it's not possible.
I must admit, Kyoko's reasoning is sound. Makoto's alibi is inadequate.
And the suspicion falls back on me again. Kyoko, why you do this to me? What a mood! But why? Why is Kyoko trying to entrap me? I don't understand.
Well then, it looks like we're back to square one. Makoto's alibi is no good, so once again, our suspects are him and Kyoko.
For serious, man? Which one of them did it? Hey, why don't we let luck decide? Let's flip a coin. 50-50 odds.
I'm the ultimate lucky student, so maybe we shouldn't do that.
Oh!
See? Pretty good idea, right?
No, I thought we were bros. Kyoko, what are you doing to me? I thought we were bros, bro.
No, not that. I just remembered something super serious.
Well, don't just stand there. Out with it.
You know that knife we found all black and burnt?
Ah, crap.
The one we found stuck in the body before it exploded, right? According to the Monokuma file, the knife went all the way through, from front to back. So, what about it?
I'm pretty sure I'd seen that knife somewhere before. That's what I thought when I first saw it. I just remembered.
Listen, more importantly, now that we have the knife, what are we gonna do with it?
Well, we can't let Toko keep it, that's for sure. We don't know what she might do.
I don't want it anyway. So what to do? Why don't you hang on to it, Makoto? Me?
It's the knife we gave to Makoto?
You don't seem surprised. You must have noticed earlier.
Yeah,
Then why did you hide that fact?
it's not that I hid it. It's just.
Couldn't be sure of what actually happened last night. I thought maybe I really did kill her.
Suspicious! Very suspicious indeed. The knife we found stuck in the body came from Makoto. Now I'm totally convinced he did it. 12,000% convinced.
Considering everything up till now, I should be able to make it clear. I have to prove that I didn't murder anyone. I'm not the killer. Well, first we call it safe. Because we're safe scums first and foremost. And then we are not the killer. This guy's body analysis, body report, fragments, and the body was
The
found.
knife we found lodged in the dead body. It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then that seals it. Makoto did it.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her, right?
Oh.
So there's no question. You took that knife of yours and killed her with it.
What a horrible man you are, Makoto.
Hold on. Well, that's before. And then when the body was found, I don't think it covers that. Frick, okay. I don't recall seeing the evidence I need to, like, contradict what is going on. Basically, I think what we have to do is prove what the cause of death is here. And I don't think the evidence I had proves any of that, so I might have to absorb something. Is the knife to kill Mikuro? No, there's no way.
The knife we found lodged in the... It's the same one we gave to Makoto. It really is, isn't it? I was afraid of that.
If he did have that knife before, then
Actually, wait,
that
hold on.
seals it. Makoto did it.
This guy's dead body. I just realized this was new. Murder. Jacket was previously treated with blood to make it look like the corpse had been wearing it. Maybe that could count, actually.
Just because I had the knife once, that automatically makes me the killer?
Well, getting stabbed is what killed her,
She
right?
wasn't even stabbed, though.
No, that's wrong. Wait, hold on. The stab wound isn't what killed Mukuro. That should be clear from the description of the cover-up we just heard.
Lies! We never talked about what killed her!
No, don't you remember?
Remember the specific
The
details?
killer covered the dead body with the tarp, and then put the bloody coat on it, right? In other words, the victim never wore that blood-stained coat until after they were dead.
Okay, fine. So what?
So, when we discovered the body, the knife had been thrust through the coat along with the body. Meaning, if she wasn't stabbed until the coat was put on, and she was already dead at that point, obviously the stab wound isn't what killed her.
Maybe you stabbed her twice. Once to kill her and once to cover it up.
You just stabbed twice? No. It's in the file. Right? Stabbed a single time. It says so in the file.
I got it!
Thank you for the hearts.
The Monokuma file clearly states that there was only one stab wound.
Oh yeah, it sure did. Totally forgot about that.
It's okay, Hero. I'm very forgetful. We can ignore what I did earlier when I forgot what evidence I had to produce.
Then the knife.
Was just another piece of camouflage set up by the true killer. They probably stabbed her to draw attention away from what actually killed her. Exploding the body afterward was probably meant to do the same thing. The explosion severely damaged the body, making it impossible to know what really killed her. It was all the killer's attempt to destroy all evidence of their crime.
So they wanted us to notice the stab wound and then detonated the body afterward. They meant for us to latch onto the knife as the cause of death, then destroy any evidence proving otherwise.
Oh, hey, I have a question. It kind of goes back to the beginning, but what's the deal with that explosion anyway? Why'd the body just blow up all of a sudden like that?
If you bothered to put that lump of gray matter between your ears to use, you'd know the answer.
Brutal.
Well, if you're so smart, just tell me.
I'll tell you. I bet some unknown quantum particle caused an atomic level spontaneous combustion!
I might be dumb, but even I'm not dumb enough to believe that.
Go ahead, Makoto. Tell her or we won't make any headway on this.
But Byakuya, you were doing such a good job explaining. It was so nice to finally just be able to sit back. Is this how you feel during the trials? When you tell me what to do? Jeez. Anyway, there's only one explanation. I think it's... Yeah, I think it's this, because I don't think we have evidence for the bomb.
I got it!
Heck yeah.
After the explosion, we found a tiny fragment of something on the ground near the body, right? That fragment reveals the cause of the explosion.
Huh? You know, I feel like I've seen something like it somewhere before.
That's only natural, because of course, we saw the same thing when we dismantled Monokuma. It's part of a bomb.
Oh! Then the explosion was because of the Monokuma bomb.
Anyway, the culprit's motive is becoming more and more obvious by the minute. They wanted the knife wound to look like the fatal injury so that we'd suspect Makoto. And the only one who would benefit from that is the only other possible suspect. You, Kyoko.
Hold on a second, Byakuya.
What's the problem?
Well, I just feel like we need to think this through. We still don't know what actually killed the victim.
That's true. It's definitely bugging me. What really killed her?
Fine. I have no problem with that. Let us continue the debate. It won't change the facts of the case regardless.
We need to determine what ultimately killed the victim. We need to concentrate. Wait, let me save. Okay, now we can concentrate. Body before the file and the body analysis. I feel like that's so little. Do I have to absorb? I think I do.
Then shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
The explosion didn't kill her for sure. guess.
Well, yeah. She was already totally dead when that happened.
And it wasn't you because of the knife, right? And then there's only one other thing.
Oh, yeah. According to the Monokuma file, that's gotta be it. There was evidence that showed she was hit on the back of her head.
Take that.
And more than that, the victim had suffered countless wounds across her entire body.
I think I need to take this. I only think of one thing that could have killed her.
Then, shall we continue the debate? The victim's fatal injury has yet to be determined, correct?
This? Yes!
No, that's wrong. Mukuro died because of the blow to the back of the head she suffered.
What about the wounds all over the rest of her body? They didn't have anything to do with it?
The Monokuma file makes it clear that those weren't fresh wounds.
Oh yeah, good point. If they were old, I guess they don't really matter.
Okay, then we're safe in assuming the blow to the back of her head is what killed her.
But then, what was the murder weapon? The Monokuma file says she was hit with a blunt object, about as thick as a metal pipe.
Oh, I bet it was the pickaxe!
How is that even possible? If you hit someone with that, it'd cave their skull in completely.
Well, maybe they held it the other way and hit her with the handle.
There would be evidence on the handle.
No way! The balance would be all off.
And that.
You wouldn't be able to swing it with any kind of power. I wouldn't mind testing it on you if you want.
No thanks. I bet you just hit me with a metal end and call it an accident.
I'd love to scoop out that nasty brain of yours, throw it on the ground and spit on it.
I feel the same way. Looks like we're on the same page this time.
Look at these two. Getting along. I get it, I get it. But the way Hiro reacts there, it kind of feels like it, right?
Seriously?
We want to figure out what killed her, right? It just so happens we already know.
So sweet.
We already know? I knew we could count on you, Master.
So what was it?
Go ahead and tell them, Makoto.
Oh, come on.
Surely you've deduced the real murder weapon?
I mean, yes, I do remember that. But for once, I would like you to, I don't know, tell them, Byakuya, you know? Okay, the real murder weapon. Where is it? I'm pretty sure we gotta do this.
I got it!
Arrows.
Mukuro was hit in the back of the head with something. And that's what killed her. And that something was the titanium arrow we found in the locker in the dojo.
Arrow. That's what the culprit attacked Mukuro with?
Indeed. There's no doubt about it.
Are you sure? That sounds kinda weird. Hey! How dare you backtalk, Master? You have no right! I'm not backtalking anything. I'm just saying what I think.
I don't blame you for doubting because there's one more thing about that weapon. One more secret. Am I doing a non-stop debate or are we doing something else? Okay, non-stop debate. Duct tape, the account. Wait, Kyoko's account, Monaco's account, the key, and the arrows. Well, I'm pretty sure it's the duct tape.
The titanium arrow. It was in the dojo locker, right? I have no doubt that was the murder weapon.
Are you sure?
You don't sound convinced. What's the problem?
Well, 'cause in the Monokuma file, it said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal pipe, right? It seems like an arrow would just be too thin. Talking back to Master! You have no right!
There's no doubt the arrow's the murder weapon, but there's more to it than that. Yeah,
The titanium, it was
Because-
in the I have no doubt.
arrows had to be held to. It wasn't just for a single arrow.
Said the weapon must have been about as thick as a metal
It was probably
pipe.
multiple
It seems
tied
like an
together.
Arrow would just... No, that's wrong. You're right. Just the one arrow would have been too weak. That's why the killer used another weapon.
Another weapon?
Inside the dojo locker, we also found a balled up wad of duct tape. The killer probably used this duct tape to bind multiple arrows together. Bundling them together using the duct tape would easily create a single weapon as thick as a pipe. And that's exactly what the killer did.
It's similar to Aesop's fable about the bundle of sticks. One stick is weak, but put them together, and they become strong. It's meant to teach cooperation.
Damn, that's harsh.
How is it harsh? Are you even listening?
Anyway, that explains the murder weapon. As for who the culprit is that stashed the weapon in the dojo locker, it was you, Kyoko.
I've never been to the dojo.
Oh no, you absolutely have.
How can you say that with such confidence?
Because we have proof, of course. Don't we, Makoto?
Gosh, what am I? You're like show and tell pet?
What's the matter? Surely you don't intend to protect a murderer. You know what will happen if you do, don't you? If you cover for the culprit, there's only one thing that can lead to.
You're forever, Watson. It's true. we will forever solve the mystery while he just stands there and looks pretty.
The death of us all, remember?
Of course I remember.
Then show us. Show everyone the evidence that proves Kyoko went to the dojo.
I have evidence? I can't save, can I? That's what I thought. They took away my save button. Evidence that Kyoko went to the dojo. You're talking about the key, aren't you?
I got it! The one thing that proves Kyoko was in the dojo is right here. The key to the dojo locker.
And how does that prove anything?
Because I found it in your room.
It was in my room?
Don't bother trying to play dumb. That key is just the final piece of the puzzle. Your non-existent alibi, your clear motive, your attempts to frame Makoto for the crime. This all proves that you are the true culprit. You can't explain this away, so just give up.
Hold on a second.
Not this again. You really are dead set on defending her, aren't you?
No, it's not that I want to defend her. It's just there's one more thing I need to ask her. Kyoko, I want you to tell me something. Last night, you were in my room, weren't you? Why? What were you doing there? That's what I need to know.
I was just protecting you.
What?
She was protecting me? Then does that mean she knew I was being attacked? And she came to my rescue. Could that be when... Which would mean that Kyoko, she killed someone for me?
That's enough. The time for idle chatter is over. A verdict is close at hand.
Wait, I'm warning you. Don't make this mistake. I'm not the killer.
I knew you were stubborn, but this is just getting ridiculous.
Really? But you should know better than anyone I didn't do it. Can you tell me I'm wrong?
I should know.
What? Byakuya should know better than anyone? What does that mean? Wait, let me save! Okay, we have the key, then the body was found in Byakuya's account. Oh, I think it's Byakuya's. Yes, Smarty Pants, you should have known!
Those words you just spoke. What do you mean?
Yes, Smarty Pants! We called you a Smarty Pants, Byakuya, basically. You're acting so smart that you're oblivious to the truth. Anyway, I need to double check something. Byakuya's account. No corpse in the garden. Okay, I don't think it's any evidence.
Exactly what I said.
Or,
I'm not the killer.
or is it the key?
You should understand that more than anyone here.
Byakuya, what are you hiding?
Master would never hide something from me!
There's proof that you aren't the culprit. Is that what you're saying?
You stated a theory earlier. You said I hid the evidence of my crime in the dojo locker, and then left the locker key in my own room.
Correct.
Hold on.
But could I really have done that?
I think I need this. Because I think what we're trying to prove is that Kyoko couldn't have gone into her room.
Those words you just spoke, what do you mean?
Exactly what I said. I'm not the killer.
Yes.
You should understand that more than anyone here.
I'm shooting.
Master would never hide something from me.
There's proof that you
That's
are
right here.
the culprit.
Yes!
No, that's wrong.
Ugh. Finally, after the tragedy that was earlier this trial.
If I'm right, Kyoko wouldn't have been able to get into her room
Huh? Why not?
because she had given her room key to Byakuya.
I see. So that's what you meant. And if I had the key to your room,
Then obviously I had no way of getting in. Without my room key, I couldn't have possibly put the locker key in there myself. Am I wrong?
it would appear not.
Then you're finally starting to understand.
No, that's not actually true. There's a clear contradiction in what Kyoko just told us. An obvious lie. But this just isn't like her. To try and save herself with such a desperate lie? Does she really feel that threatened? Because she's the killer? Or is it something else? Is there some deeper meaning hidden in what Kyoko said earlier? If you vote for me and I die here, the mystery of the school will stay hidden forever. Which is why I can't let that happen. This is a trap the mastermind has laid for us. The mastermind's trap. The mastermind is trying to trap Kyoko? But what if that's not really true? What can I do? What should I do? What should I... The mastermind's trap? The victim was Mukuro and Kyoko killed her? What does Kyoko really know? What am I supposed to do? Kyoko's lie. I'm the only one who knows it's a lie. I'm the only one who can expose it. But who can I trust? What am I supposed to do? Mastermind's trap. If you spend all your time trying to avoid danger, you'll never move forward. We know the danger, but if that risk means solving the mystery, we have no choice. Am I wrong? What do I do? I have to decide right here now whether or not to expose Kyoko's lie. Well. So this actually can lead to alternate endings here. One will just basically give you a bad end and then it'll loop you right before this choice. I kind of don't want to waste my time with that right now. It's kind of a weird bad ending also. I guess I'll talk about it later if you guys are interested, but for now, what we need to do, us and Kyoko have had this whole thing about, like, learning to trust each other, right? Kyoko was upset that we didn't tell her something, and she felt betrayed by our trust. So, we are going to trust her. And try to make sure that she doesn't get convicted as a murderer. So, we're gonna let it go. Made up my decision. I have to believe in Kyoko. There's no way she would kill someone. There has to be some secret here. Something that has to do with the mastermind's trap that Kyoko mentioned.
well, does no one have a rebuttal? Have you decided to accept her assertion as fact? I see. So you still refuse to accept it. I suppose we have to admit that Kyoko didn't put the locker key in her room. That it was someone else.
But who else could it have been?
I mean, Byakuya had a room key, right?
You! What are you trying to imply?
But of course, I have an alibi. From nighttime on, I was with you guys the entire time. I couldn't possibly have killed anyone, or put the key in Kyoko's room.
Well, someone had to put the key in there.
There's only one other possibility I can think of. Someone could have had the key on them, then once they arrived at the scene, pretended to find it there.
But it had to be Makoto, right?
I don't see any other option.
Wait a second. You've got it all wrong. Let's think about it one more time. There's gotta be a hidden side to this case.
Huh? A hidden side?
First of all, there's something off about this entire trial. You all see it, don't you? Mukuro, who we didn't even know existed, suddenly shows up dead. and then we're thrown into a trial. And Kyoko even said it's a trap the mastermind set for us. So that's why this has to be.
Okay, time's up!
Hey.
Huh?
Time's up! Class trial's all over! Everyone can stop talking now!
What? Time's up?
What do you mean time's up? There's no time's up. Since when have we...
It's because you were late, so we had to push back the start time.
What?
So then, it's time for voting time, okay? Everyone, please vote using the lever in front of you!
Monokuma, she was only 10 minutes late. Trials have gone on for like an hour longer than this.
Voting time?
Oh, good. I still had an A. Ugh.
Now, who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one?
Hey, hold on!
What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be?
Oh boy. What? You think I'm the killer?
Sorry, man.
Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. It's all your fault. Byakuya has no words. His Watson has betrayed him. Not to make light of the situation, but that's what I got from that grunt. Everyone, you're wrong. You got it all wrong. I didn't do it.
Yes, indeed.
Good job, everyone. Good job?
Yep.
Yeah, they got it right. No, I know that's not true. None of this makes any sense. This whole trial doesn't make any sense.
Hey!
It makes perfect sense!
Shing!
It's the same as always. It's just like all the other class trials, and I'm gonna end it the same way.
Thrills! Chills! Kills!
It's time for your heart-pounding, positively thrilling punishment! Wait, why do I... Oh, Kyoko. Kyoko!
I don't expect you to forgive me. I know this is all my fault.
Kyoko?
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Oh boy, Koda's been found guilty. Time for the punishment. I can't wait to die. Yeah, this kinda is a way to go for sure. After school lessons. Yay. Oh boy, and we're getting a health lesson too. Ugh. The last thing you see before you get crushed is a health lesson. Unless Alter Ego shows up. Huh? Huh? What's this? What's going on? Hey, what's that?
Yeah, it had to be.
This is...
Alter ego.
Alter ego? Is this some stupid virus from that stupid guy? He must have planted it when he invaded my network. Dang it, I don't believe this!
It would seem...
It seems you finally made a miscalculation. No, you miscalculated from the very beginning.
What the heck?
What was that?
In other words,
What I'm saying is, you shouldn't have underestimated us. Why are you talking like you've already won? I barely felt a thing. It was a pinch, an itch. The stupid virus is gone now, got it? And so is Makoto. Maybe I didn't get to smash him flat, but you're never gonna see him again. To waste away in a garbage-strewn pit. In a way, that's an even better special punishment. But it's still not enough. I'm still not satisfied. I'm still gonna bring despair to the rest of you. Bring despair to the entire world.
Is he gone? Hey, Kyoko, what is the meaning of this? What is going on?
calm down.
It's okay. We're not the ones being trapped this time. Huh?
In other words,
Now it's the mastermind that's ensnared.
What did you say?
What are you talking about?
so...
You'll understand soon enough. Very soon indeed. The massive high school towers over all other buildings in this bustling urban area. You know what? We've been doing trial stuff for a while. We need to take a quick break to like stretch our legs and stuff. And you know what? This is a good happy song for that. Ignoring the fact that we literally just fell and almost died, and something is amiss here because we definitely didn't kill that person. So, let's take a quick 5-10 minute break, stretch our legs, get some water, walk around a bit, and we'll return and see what happens afterwards. Yes, I am going to still keep going after this trial. We're gonna go for quite a bit, actually. So, let me get rid of the music thing. Boop, boop. All right, take a quick bit of break. Be right back, guys. Okay, I'm back. I honestly don't know if that was 5 minutes, but I'm gonna pretend like it was. Hope you guys were able to stretch your legs, get some water. Use the restroom, do what you gotta do, cause now, to some foreshadowing, we're gonna get an info dump. So, did I save? Let's see if I saved. Hello? Yeah, looks like I did. Welcome back. Thank you. Welcome back yourself. Alright. It's like the school stands at the center of the entire world. Hope's Peak Academy. It brings in top students from every field imaginable, a government-funded school of privilege. They say that if you come here and manage to graduate, you'll be set for life. With hundreds of years of tradition, it sends the cream of the crop into the workforce every year. It was built to raise hope in the nation's future, which makes Hope's Peak a pretty fitting name. There are 2 things you need to attend this school. 1, you already have to be attending high school. 2, you have to be the very best at what you do. No ordinary student could enroll here. The only way in is if you're scouted by the school itself. And standing there at the gates of the ultimate school filled with the ultimate students was me. What? Where am I? I woke up with my head resting on top of a hard wooden desk. Body felt heavy. Wouldn't be weird for me to zonk off in the middle of some boring class or whatever, but what was I doing asleep here just now? Wasn't any classroom I'd ever been in before. What the heck is going on? Finally, I could finally feel my mind and body start to come back together again, and then I was awake. Or was this just another dream? Dream inside a hopeless nightmare. No, this isn't a dream. I could tell because the stench invading my nostrils was too powerful for a dream. What an awful smell. I was in a vast dark cavern with the barest hint of light seeping in. Trash was piled high all across the area. This must be some kind of underground garbage pit. Heck of a situation to find myself in. But that was just the beginning of my problems. Was I going to be stuck in there till I wasted away and died? No, I can't let that happen. Not after what my good friend went through to save me. I remembered all too well when it happened. Alter Ego saved me. And he used the last little bit of his strength to do it. So, I can't give up now. For myself and for my friend. With that, my pursuit of survival began. First step was to start looking for a way out of here. Is this a tank? Oh, and there's an airplane. Is that an airplane? How'd something like that wind up in the school's garbage pit? This is a desk. It's probably the one that fell down here with me. That's a rocket and a tank. Oh, that is a tank. I better not think too much about what I'm seeing down here. Anyone recognize this rocket from the very, very beginning of the game? It was like the first cutscene we saw. Anyway. It's locked. No matter how many times I pushed or pulled or kicked at it, it didn't budge. Getting out of here isn't gonna be that easy. Well, if I'm not getting out of here anytime soon, I decided to look around for some food. There's plenty of food here, but it's all rotten. That was pointless too. Next, I searched for some water. How could I be sure which liquids I can drink and which ones are an all-around bad idea? Again, pointless. I feel like I'm blocked in on all sides. It's still not enough reason to give up, because
Because I'm still alive. And as long as I'm alive, I'll never give up. After making that proud declaration, the next thing I decided to do was go to sleep. My sleep was deep and uninterrupted. It was my only way to preserve what little strength I had left after not being able to eat or drink. I can't be sure, but I think at least a full day had to have passed. All I did was sleep and sleep. It was like I was waiting for some kind of sign to come falling out of the sky. However, what fell from the sky wasn't a sign. Not exactly. Crunch. What the? A strange sound pierced my silent isolation, jarring me awake. As I watched, the pile of garbage jostled in formed an odd shape. Did something fall down over there? Something fell from above. What could it have been? Hello? Did a giant piece of trash just fall down here? I carefully stretched my hand out toward whatever it was that tumbled down here with me.
Just a second.
A giant piece of trash? Rude. Before she even emerged from the pile of garbage, I knew who it was. Oh.
It smells awful.
Yeah. Kinda stinks down here. Also, love the ramen cup on your head. Kyoko?
Indeed.
You look like you're doing better than I expected. Oh, hey. What are you doing here?
So...
Isn't it obvious? I'm here to help you. I'm glad to hear that, Kyoko. You've got a bit of garbage in your hair. She gave her head a quick, sharp shake to get rid of the trash, then faced me again.
Hey.
I love that side-eye, look when she has the ramen on her head. It's like, oh. I didn't look cool. I apologize. I need to look cool at all times. That is my nature, as Kyoko. First, I have something for you. Go ahead and eat it. We can talk once you're finished. Bread and water! Thank you! I snatched the bread and water that she was holding out for me. Within seconds, it was in my mouth and making its way toward my stomach. That really hit the spot. Now I've got all the energy I need to keep going. So you still haven't given up, then? Of course not. After all, the fact that I can keep going forward is about all I'm good at.
Hmm?
Well, that's not such a bad thing to be good at. Hey, has it really been a day? Did I sleep a day? But Kyoko, why'd you come here to rescue me?
So...
To pay a debt. Or, no, to atone. Atone?
You...
During the trial, even though you knew I was lying, you didn't say anything. So, you knew that I knew.
Indeed.
But even though I knew, I did nothing to help you. I abandoned you. Don't say that! You didn't abandon me! No, that's exactly what I did. I abandoned you in order to save my own life. You were trying to save me, and I couldn't bring myself to do the same for you.
However...
But listen, not that I'm trying to make excuses, but there was a reason that I had to survive no matter the cost. Why did you have to survive?
It's true.
I'll tell you. I'll tell you everything. The reason I have to survive
In other words...
is so that I can do what I came to this school to do. What? I made up my mind to come to Hope's Peak Academy for one very important reason. So you have some reason for coming to Hope's Peak?
Indeed.
That's right. At least, I did once. Once? Until recently, I'd forgotten what it was. You forgot? But that's... I have no memory of what my purpose was. No memory? That's impossible.
Huh? Amnesia?
Then, is it really true? You lost your memory?
Makoto.
Do you remember, Makoto? Do you remember the first thing that happened to each of us as soon as we arrived at the school? The first thing? Oh, I had a dream about it. You're talking about when we fainted, right? I fainted, and when I woke up, I was trapped here.
That's right.
I fainted too. And when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself, a disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, and at that point my memory was gone. At that time, I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to the school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was.
But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient.
Are you saying you think you lost your memory because...
indeed.
I don't think. I'm positive it was the work of the mastermind. They stole my memory.
Why would they do that?
There's only one reason I can come up with. Because of my purpose and my ability. Somehow, they would interfere with the mastermind's plans.
So the mastermind just stole them from you?
However,
And it could also mean somehow my memories may be connected to the mystery of the school and the mastermind. Which is why I have to get them back. That's why I've been investigating things by myself this whole time.
But if what you say is true, why didn't you ask the rest of us to help you?
why is that?
If I did that and we all worked as one, the mastermind would have noticed right away. Plus, there's always the chance that the mastermind is actually one of us.
What?
Correct.
Well, don't make too big a deal of it. It's just a possibility. But since it is a possibility, we can't ignore it, right?
The mastermind, one of us. If she believed that, then of course she couldn't trust anyone around her. In which case, it only makes sense that she would go look for her missing memory by herself.
However,
That being said, there was a limit to what I could do by myself, which is why I asked you to help me.
But why me?
Because among everyone, you were least likely to be the mastermind. That was just intuition, but
I see. Your intuition was right, though. There's no way an ordinary kid like me could have been the mastermind.
I understand. I should understand everything. My goal isn't to get out of here. It's to stay here.
It's just like the dream I had before, but why did that just happen?
listen.
are you okay?
Oh, yeah. It's nothing. It is nothing, right?
Hey,
Even now, I still trust you, you know? It's just, I'm not used to relying on others.
correct.
I know I never asked you for help the right way, so I understand if you're not convinced.
Honestly, I was convinced. I think that's just her personality. So, in the middle of that, before I forget, Makoto mentions he's like, I'm just an ordinary kid. But what's very interesting is, like, you know, Makoto is the ultimate lucky student, right? And he was picked from a lottery, and that's all he says it was. But it's very interesting how, like, lucky he does seem to be in, like, weird, twisted ways, you know? Like, in the first case, when we found out that our bathroom door gets stuck, and Monokuma's like, man, you're supposed to be the ultimate lucky student, but your door gets stuck? That's a little backwards, right? But that door was, like, vital for us proving that we didn't kill Sayaka and that it was Leon instead. And then in this moment, when we were supposed to be executed, Alter Ego miraculously shows up and prevents the execution from happening. So it's interesting how Makoto's like, I'm not the ultimate luck. I'm not actually lucky, but he is actually lucky. In weird ways. Anyway, let's keep talking to Kyoko. You said you had a reason for doing all that investigating on your own. So, how'd that turn out? Were you able to remember anything?
So,
I think there's still a lot I don't remember, but at the very least, I was finally able to recall my purpose and my ability.
You mentioned your ability.
My ability, what everyone should have known me for. I'm the ultimate detective.
It's a good lucky? Yeah, no, it is. Like, it's one of those things where it seems unlucky, but it's actually very lucky. You know? Again, unlucky that his bathroom door got stuck, but it actually turned out to be lucky instead. Unlucky that he was about to get punished for some random reason, but lucky that he didn't get punished. Anyway,
Because here's the thing, in the bad end, I'll talk about the bad end a little bit. In the bad end for this game, you are supposed to get, Kyoko does get executed, and she does. She dies. That is in the bad ending. So it's interesting how that happens to Kyoko, but it doesn't happen to us. Anyway. That's beside the point. Kyoko's the ultimate detective. Who would have thought? Ultimate detective?
Correct.
And the reason I came to Hope's Peak Academy, there was someone I had to find here in the school. You had to find someone? Who?
So...
Well, it was the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy. The headmaster? Why did you want to find the headmaster? Because he's my father. What?
In other words...
I was separated from him as a child. As it turns out, he became the headmaster of Hope's Peak. Kyoko's dad is Hope's Peak's headmaster? That explains when Alter Ego told us how he thought the headmaster was involved. I'll find a way.
Huh?
No matter what it takes, I will find the headmaster.
No matter what?
No matter the cost.
So,
Kyoko, what's going on?
My memory hadn't come back at that point, but when he said that, I felt strange. It makes perfect sense now, of course, since my whole purpose for coming here was to find him. That makes sense.
However...
But listen, Makoto, I want to make this perfectly clear so there's no misunderstanding. I said the headmaster wasn't the mastermind, but I didn't say that to protect him. I only said what I felt based on what I'd seen when I snuck into the headmaster's room. And what did you see in there?
So...
The room had been ransacked. The shelves were a mess, the desk drawers dumped on the floor. The only conclusion is that someone who didn't know where anything was had been in there. You mean the mastermind, right?
It's true.
That was my assumption, yes. And to confirm my suspicion, I decided to investigate the second floor of the dorms using the key I'd found. But why there? Because I had also found this in the headmaster's room. Is this some kind of map?
Indeed.
It's a layout of the entirety of Hope's Peak Academy. I found it in the headmaster's room, along with Mukuro's profile and that key. The map showed that the second floor was home to a number of rooms meant for faculty use. Some of the staff must have had to stay overnight from time to time. And I figured the headmaster would have some kind of private room there. I assumed that if it were true, that room would likely hold more clues, so I went to check.
Correct.
And that's when I finally remembered. I remembered that my purpose was to find the owner of that room. So, you went there to see if the headmaster really did have a private room there.
However...
But once I got there, I noticed that the second floor of the dorms didn't have any cameras or monitors. So, what was it like? That part of the school, I mean. It's hard to describe. All I can say is... The moment I saw it, I realized whatever's going on in this school is more horrific than we had ever imagined. What do you mean?
So...
I can't explain it. You need to see it for yourself. And I'm sure you'll get your chance soon enough. Sounds like it must be important. And really ominous. Alright, we still got more info dump. Let me save. I also just realized I want to fix a thing in stream. Sorry, you could probably hear my keyboard clacking away. Okay. I did save, right? Yes, looks like it. We can't leave yet. We gotta keep talking to Kyoko.
However...
Of course, once I got to the second floor of the dorms, there were no cameras and no monitors. Which is why I had no idea what was going on in the rest of the building. It has to do with Mukuro Ikusaba, doesn't it?
However...
Just to be perfectly clear, I didn't kill her. And I know it wasn't you either. I know you're right, but that just means everyone but you and me had an alibi. So then, who did kill her?
Anyway...
What I can say for sure is that the mastermind is directly involved. To begin with, the point of the class trial of Mukuro Ikusaba was to get me killed. Get you killed?
Indeed.
I stole that key and disappeared, And in retaliation, they wanted to draw me out and eliminate me.
Correct.
That was the point of the class trial.
It was?
The mastermind knew they couldn't interfere directly.
You mean because of the school regulations?
That's right.
Exactly. With minimal restrictions, you are free to explore Hope's Peak Academy at your discretion.
In other words,
The mastermind is adamant about following the rules, and with that rule in place, they couldn't step in. Since they couldn't kill me themselves, they tried to use a class trial to do it. The mastermind couldn't step in because of the rules? That makes it sound like the mastermind themselves is somehow bound by the school regulations.
hey,
There's one thing I'd like to point out about the murder of Mukuro Ikusaba.
What's that?
There was a point where Mukuro may not have become the victim. It could have been you, Makoto.
Nani? I could have become the victim?
indeed.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Do you mean
During the night?
I
I can hear them, you know. The footsteps of the god of death.
what?
I can hear the god of death as he moves. That ability naturally draws me into cases just like this,
Anyway,
which is exactly what happened with you. I was in the dorms, and I had a sudden sense of dread. I looked down the stairwell, and I saw a white shadow cross the corridor.
Wait, so was I... For some reason, I want to imagine that Makoto's like, wait, so was I actually about to be killed by a god?
Kyoko's like, no, I was making like a figure of speech, and
Makoto's like, holy crap, a god was about to kill me! And then Kyoko was just like, crap, I've lost the conversation. Anyway, someone walked into our room.
I gave chase right away. As I followed it, I saw the shadow go into your room.
correct.
I ran into your room and I saw what was happening. I intervened immediately, of course.
However,
That wasn't the end of things, of course. I stopped them, but that led to...
Just like, whoops, shouldn't have said that. It's like, whoops, I just made things a little bit more complicated. Whoops, should have just kept it simple. I should have just said I had a bad feeling. But now Makoto thinks that he was about to die by a god. And Makoto's just over there like, why would a god want to kill an ordinary guy like me? It's like, Makoto, you've lost the plot. Come back.
Whoever that masked assailant was, they ended up dead.
correct.
And their murder was disguised, and the dojo key wound up in my room. It all has to be the work of the mastermind, in an attempt to use the class trial to eliminate me.
So, all this would mean that whoever killed Mukuro is also the mastermind, right?
Indeed.
I don't have conclusive evidence, but that's what I was thinking.
Come back to reality, man. That's really bad if true. It means the mastermind can kill whoever they want if they feel like it. Wait, but doesn't that also create another contradiction? The mastermind wanted to use the class trial to try to kill you because they couldn't interfere, right?
Correct.
You're right. That is a contradiction. And it's not just Mukuro. They needed the class trial to kill me, but seemed ready to kill you in your room. Everything they did is a contradiction.
So, what does it all mean?
In other words,
It means the mastermind is the one who's been cornered.
Huh?
Makoto.
Just a little more. A little more, and I should be able to figure out the mastermind's identity. The identity of the other ultimate despair.
Other ultimate despair?
There's no doubt that Mukuro was the ultimate despair, and that she's dead. But I don't think the ultimate despair is just one person.
It's not?
Indeed.
If you think about it, the ultimate despair seems to implicate whoever caused that event.
You're talking about...
That's right.
What happened a year ago? The biggest, most awful, most tragic event in human history.
the tragedy.
Whoever's responsible for that, they're the ultimate despair?
It would seem...
A despicable group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair.
Then they're...
Indeed.
Make no mistake, they're the root of all the evil that has forced us to go through this. That is the ultimate despair. And that is our real enemy. So typically I do end streams after a trial, right? However, I want to see how far I can get into chapter 6. Got the Dream Island rocket. Wow, a rocket ship. So I am actually going to continue playing. Ideally I would like to get halfway through chapter 6. But if I don't, we will do the rest tomorrow? Because I actually have the day off, so I figured let's just finish Danganronpa this week. But I am going to keep going. We're going to see how far I get. But if it gets to a certain point where I don't hit the story beat I want to, and I am just tired, I will end it earlier than I anticipate. But I want to see how far I can get. Anyway, so let's dive into chapter 6. The ultimate despair. A group of people who caused the tragedy 1 year ago. Those... You can do it? Thank you for the vote of confidence. The same people put together this killing game and began broadcasting it around the world. The most desperately awful group of people ever. That is the Mastermind's true identity. Our enemy has finally been revealed. But right now... Right now we have to get out of this horrible place. It's absolutely awful in here. It stinks. It's putrid. Anyway. Figuring out the rest of this story can come after. Yeah, you're right. It's locked, but we have a way to open this door. Kyoko, do you mind? Kyoko, do you still have that one thing? Monokuma's secret tool that you got from the headmaster's room?
Indeed.
Of course I do. It's an absolutely vital part of ensnaring the mastermind. I would never part with it. Yeah, it can open any door in the school, right?
That's right.
Then we should be able to use it on that door, right? Hello? Hey, Kyoko. We can use that key of yours to open this door, right?
It's true.
Let's find out. Kyoko took out the key with the Monokuma design on it and slid it into the keyhole. And then... Yes! It opened!
Indeed.
And now we can get out of here. Let's go. Sounds good. Quickly opened the door and made our escape from the garbage pit. Finally. We're finally free. But there wasn't even time to take a breath of relief, because the real fight had just begun. Ultimate pain, ultimate suffering, ultimate despair, ultimate execution, ultimate death. Danganronpa. Sorry, I had to take some water. I am going to have a lot of talking to do. After leaving the garbage pit, we found ourselves in a tunnel extending straight up, like a chimney. There's a metal ladder leading up into the tunnel. We started climbing the ladder, intent on reaching the surface. The ladder was impossibly long. I couldn't even see where it ended. We climbed into darkness. The passage was so dark and cramped, I couldn't even see my own feet beneath me. I had no idea we were so far down.
Hey.
Don't lose your footing. If you slip, I won't be able to catch you. Yeah, I'll be careful. Thanks for the vote of confidence. But now that you said that, I'm getting kind of nervous. Maybe talking will help keep my mind off it. So Kyoko, there's something I wanted to ask you. You said you're the ultimate detective, right? So, how long have you been doing detective work? How long?
So...
Ever since I can remember. I come from a long line of detectives. Detective work is in my blood. Oh, excuse me. There was a time when being a detective was considered a sacred duty. My family's always seen it that way. And is your family famous?
Wrong.
Quite the opposite, actually. Even among actual detectives, many people haven't heard of us. But how come? It's like your family tradition, right? So...
Right.
Because we take pride in it. Pride?
Indeed.
A detective is neither light nor shadow. We represent neither justice nor evil, That is how we uncover the absolute truth. We stand neutral in all things, and to do that, we have to stand separate from the rest of society. Which is why we made a conscious effort to conceal our existence.
A conscious effort?
It's true.
It's kind of old-fashioned, and I can't say it's entirely rational. But it's our family creed, and we do what we must to protect it. Because, like I said, it's our source of pride. Pride. So that explains. Before I came here, when I was looking up info about the school online, I never saw anything about her. Because she had hid herself on purpose to protect the pride of her family.
However,
And yet, I gave up some of that pride.
Huh?
In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing it was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. But the reason you gave up that pride, the reason you would go so far to enter Hope's Peak,
It's because that's how much you wanted to reconnect with your dad, right? There's no shame in that.
what?
reconnect? I had absolutely no desire to reconnect with my father.
Huh? But you'd be reuniting after all those years, right? You would have had so much to talk about.
Wrong.
There's nothing I want to talk to my father about.
However,
There is something I want to say to him, though.
What?
No matter what it takes, I have to find him and tell him face to face.
What is it?
I
so...
want to sever all ties with him.
Sever?
The last time I saw him, I was still very young. So I don't remember myself, but apparently he was extremely intelligent. He was in line to become the next head of the Kirigiri family. He was talented. He had a promising future.
However,
But he had no interest in detective work. So he cut himself off from the family. Not long after that, my mother died and he simply ran away. I went to my grandfather and they had a huge argument. And young as I was, he left me behind.
I'm sure there was a reason for that. I'm sure your dad wanted to take you with him.
right.
If that's true, then I need to thank him. Thank him for leaving me. Because unlike him, I take pride in the work I do. I take pride in my family name. So every last part of me is happy he didn't take me with him. If I'd gone with him, I never would have had the chance to become a detective. I was above Kyoko on the ladder, so I wasn't able to see her expression. So I couldn't tell. I couldn't see how she looked when she said that, what she might have been feeling. All I could tell was that compared to her usual self, she was more talkative and more emotional. I don't blame him, you know. He had his own life to live. And that's what anyone in my position might say, right? But it's not true.
However,
There's one thing that I can never forgive.
Really?
so...
The way everyone else looked at me. I was never sad about being left behind. Like I said, I think it was a good thing.
However,
But when the rest of my family looked at me, they saw something different. They only saw me as the little girl that was abandoned by her father. And that's how they see me even to this day. His shadow has been following me my entire life. I'm sick of it. I need him out of my life. I need to step out of his shadow.
correct.
That's why I have to find him and tell him we're no longer family. In order to settle the past, in order to remove him from my life forever. I have no doubt he forgot about me years ago.
But your family, to just cut him out like that.
Wrong.
Our only connection is through blood, nothing more. Are we connected by heart and soul? No.
Hey,
Is blood really enough to call someone family? Only connected by blood, not by heart or soul. So shocked to hear her say something like that, I didn't know how to respond. So instead, I said nothing. I just kept climbing the ladder in complete silence. And after I don't know how long, we finally reached the top.
Looks like this is it.
indeed.
On the other side of this door, Hope's Peak is waiting for us.
We're back.
That's right.
Remember that hatch on the ground near the trash room? I'm fairly certain that's where we'll come out. I unlocked it earlier, so it should open without much trouble. Oh, well, here goes nothing. Reached my right hand up and pushed against the hatch. Hatch opened with ease. And so... looks like we're back. But I can't believe how long that ladder was. I'm exhausted. I can't exactly say we're safe and sound, but at least we're out of there. Now we're back at Hope's Peak Academy. Kyoko, thank you. I never would have gotten out there with you. No thanks necessary. I was just returning the favor. So, what now? What do we do? I'm glad I didn't die, of course, but if the mastermind finds out, and I'm worried about you too. You helped me, so they might...
Listen.
You're worried? Yeah, of course.
So
Then let's just get a concrete answer.
in other words,
Let's ask Monokuma if there's a problem with you escaping. Wait, that's...
however,
If we try to hide it, it's only a matter of time till we are found out. It's not like we can run away. She said that she pointed at the nearby surveillance camera. So you're saying, rather than stretching out over getting caught, we should just give up now? Don't worry. What you think is going to happen isn't. Because the mastermind is the one that's ensnared. The mastermind's ensnared. You said something like that before. What does it mean?
so...
The mastermind stood exposed during the investigation into Mukuro's death. There was a moment where the mastermind let their guard down. There was?
Right.
If we can talk to Monokuma, we can confirm it. And it'll be better for us if we go to him directly before he tracks us down. That should help with our negotiations. I'm still a little... super uneasy about this. But we don't really have a choice, do we?
Indeed.
Monokuma should be in the gym.
Shall we go?
Let's get going.
Oh boy.
Alright, I guess we're going to the gym. I didn't mean to do that. Let's see if I can warp. Because I don't want to walk.
Looks like we can.
Well now, well now, well now, well now.
I'm gonna save.
Hey! Kyoko, I don't mind so much.
I don't believe it!
I still love Monokuma's voice lines. But Makoto's supposed to be dead. What's he doing here?
That's exactly how I thought he'd react. Are we really gonna be okay?
You were supposed to be punished. Did Kyoko help you?
What?
So what if I did? What will you do?
If the guilty party is exposed during the class trial, they alone will be executed. It's unfortunate, but that is the rule. So,
Making me angry!
now we're gonna punish you again! And this time, I won't leave anything to chance.
Kyoko.
Right.
Do whatever you feel you have to.
What?
However,
But before you do, let me just say one thing.
now...
If you execute Makoto, that means you lose. Not that it matters to you, right?
Huh?
I lose?
Hey!
You! Explain yourself. What do you mean by that?
Because...
Well, you set up this latest class trial yourself, right? I was getting in your way, so you wanted an excuse to kill me.
in other words...
I was supposed to be chosen as the Blackhead and then executed, right?
Hey! What are you talking about?
However,
But when Makoto chose to overlook my lie, your plan came crashing down. The results of the trial weren't at all what you were expecting. Because you never imagined that in that position, one person would protect another like that.
right.
And in response to that unexpected development,
Indeed.
you reacted by proclaiming Makoto was the Blackened and trying to execute him. You made that choice out of desperation. No, more than that. You must have realized that Makoto, who refused to be manipulated, was a threat to you as well. Oh, Monokuma's quiet.
However,
But then there was another unexpected development waiting for you. An entity that would throw a wrench, so to speak, in your precious execution machinery. Alter ego. You never imagined the possibility of a being that could come to our aid even after you'd killed it.
Am I wrong?
Now, here's the absolute truth. Makoto didn't kill Mukuro. You did.
Listen to me.
So executing Makoto for it would surely be a violation of your rules, which I know you love so much.
Uh-oh. Dude, this is like one of my favorite parts where Kyoko is like, hey, I'ma call you out on your bull crap.
It's delicious. If the Blackened is exposed, they alone will be executed. That's what you told us, right?
And that means I lose? You talk a big game. You're saying the Blackened is me and not Makoto?
Well,
And you can prove this, right?
Well,
No, I can't.
Don't just say it like that. What is this, a comedy routine? To make such bold claims without a shred of evidence.
that doesn't matter.
I don't have any right now, but with a little more time, I guarantee I'll find some.
That's right.
Because no matter how deeply you try to bury it, there is only ever one absolute truth.
boom, boom.
And now you're trying to talk like some kind of famous detective type.
Because
If Makoto really was the killer, he never would have come to you willingly like this. He would have feared for his life, feared another execution. He would have tried to run and hide. He would have been gripped by the despair you so love to inspire.
however,
But here we are, confronting you with nothing but hope in our hearts.
What the heck?
And that's supposed to be enough to convince me in the absence of evidence?
indeed.
It's not you I'm trying to convince.
Hey,
If you were to execute Makoto now, everyone out there watching this would be extremely displeased.
indeed.
Imagine what everyone out there would think if you killed Makoto. They would assume you killed him because what we said is exactly right.
Listen to me.
Despair can never kill hope.
Hey,
Of course, you can say we're just making this all up. You're welcome to prove us wrong. No, you have no choice but to prove it. Because if you kill Makoto without proving your own innocence, you'll be accepting your own defeat. If you want to earn our despair fair and square,
that's what we have to do.
then I suggest you take my advice.
So, what's this advice of yours?
It's true.
To do Mukuro's trial over again. Only this time, you follow the school regulations to ensure a fair trial.
It's time for one last showdown. One final battle between hope and despair. Hey,
Well, that would make for a proper climax, wouldn't you say? A fair trial. One last showdown, in other words. This would be our chance to expose the true identity of Mukuro's killer. The mastermind themselves. But what reason would the mastermind have to accept the challenge? They'll probably just execute me without another word.
Interesting.
Barrett!
Very interesting indeed.
Barry.
What's wrong?
Oh, I was getting bored, so I decided to change things up a little. So, time for bear jokes! Now, what you've suggested might be plausible. It would certainly make for one honey of a climax.
in other words,
You're doing this to torture us, aren't you?
Heck yeah, I am! Because everyone hates bear puns. They're unbearable! Do you feel despair yet? Please feel despair! Listen, I imagine Monica was literally doing this to make us feel despair. That is my theory, and I'm sticking to it at this current point in time.
Does that mean you accept?
You guys!
If we do things your way, that'll be enough to convince you and the viewers, right? And it would cause you unbearable despair, right? Then I'm prepared to agree to your terms. Will your hope win out? Or will my despair claim victory?
I can barely contain myself!
Let's have one final grisly showdown. He agreed. Then we still have a shot at this.
Barrett!
But this is the long-awaited climax, right? Just guessing the killer is barely a fitting end.
You guys!
So for this final face-off, you'll have to unearth all the mysteries that have been buried here. All the mysteries? That's right. Every last mystery that's pawing around the school. If you can do that,
I can barely contain myself!
then that'll be enough to qualify qualify as a victory for you.
It's true.
That's what we've been trying to do all along.
Okay, well, good. Then let's bear it all. You can claw your way to the truth of Mukuro's death and solve the mysteries of this school.
You guys!
Then you win. But if you can't do all that,
We'll all face execution, right?
I can barely contain my excitement. When you learn the whole truth, what kind of despair will you show me?
We're as excited as you are, I'm sure.
Listen to me.
When we've uncovered every last truth, how will the ultimate despair reveal their own despair? Honestly, I can't believe how this all turned out.
Hey,
But before we get started, I wanted to clarify one more thing. Do you remember the rule? When one student kills another, that's when a class trial is held.
What's wrong?
I remember that for sure. So what?
hey,
Just wanted to confirm, that is what you said, right? And it's a true statement?
You don't have to be so suspicious. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. Everything is based on the school regulations, and having a trial for Mukuro is no exception to that.
Huh? Mukuro's trial's no exception? Then it's part of the regulations? Which would have to mean that whoever killed Mukuro.
It's a very polarizing approach, I know, but okay, enough puns. Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step into Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
What?
listen.
Are you telling the truth? Why'd he go quiet all of a sudden?
Now I'm really
I'm done talking. I got nothing left to say to you. So get lost, would you?
Why are you so mad?
Whew.
You seem emotionally unstable.
Leave me alone. Get out of here.
Okay, I'm going. You're really gonna let me go?
I don't even care anymore. You're all gonna get your punishment later anyway. I need to start getting it ready. A super duper extra special punishment overflowing with despair.
Hey,
Come on, Makoto. Let's go. Okay.
Oh, that's a lot of poo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoos.
Monokuma's unstable laughter seemed to cling to us as we walked away. And just like that, we were out of the gym. Okay, we'll go so we're gonna go a little bit more before break. And then I will come back after break. Yeah, we're gonna do a long stream. I hardly believe it, but somehow I ended up not getting executed. I still had my life, and we still had a chance. Overall, things turned out way better than expected. Once again, I was in Kyoko's debt. Hey, thanks. Kyoko, thank you. Everything I have right now is because of you.
however,
Don't thank me just yet. The real battle is still ahead of us. Yeah, true.
whew,
But still, I'm glad it worked out. I wasn't sure if the enemy would accept my proposal. Honestly, why would the mastermind agree to that? I mean, they don't stand to gain anything from a final showdown, do they?
so
They had no choice but to accept. Huh?
because
It's all because of that one moment that the mastermind let down their guard, like I said. So, when was it that the mastermind let down their guard?
so
I wasn't there to hear it myself, but do you remember what the mastermind said? They said they had hijacked the airwaves to broadcast our school life to the outside world, right? Yeah, they definitely said that.
listen.
And what do you think when you heard that? Pretty hard to believe, right? Well, I mean, the idea of actually taking over the airwaves seems so unbelievable.
Indeed.
You don't exactly read about something like that happening very often, so it's hard to imagine. In other words, that kind of thing is extremely difficult to pull off.
However,
And yet, somehow, the mastermind was able to do it.
in other words,
But think of it another way. There must have been some reason they had to do something that difficult. reason.
So...
They had to show the world something, no matter the cost. Us killing each other.
They wanted to show the world?
It would seem...
The Mastermind has been very adamant about not killing us directly, but forcing us to kill each other. And all their rules and regulations were designed to encourage that.
Yeah, that makes sense. If those stupid regulations didn't exist, nobody would have killed anybody.
In other words...
So the Mastermind's ultimate goal was to make us kill each other and show that off to the world.
But why?
Correct.
To prove a point, most likely.
Prove a point?
Hey,
The outside world has a name for the students of Hope's Peak, right? A certain concept.
You're talking about hope, right?
that's right.
And for those of us who represent hope to kill each other and sink into despair. The Mastermind wants the world to see that. To try and prove that despair is better than hope. That's their goal, as the ultimate despair.
What?
You want to prove that despair is better than hope?
But that's ridiculous.
It's true.
You're right. It is ridiculous, completely irrational. It's the kind of thing that nobody but those who call themselves the ultimate despair would devise. That group whose only purpose and motivation comes from despair.
But is that really their only reason for making the rest of us suffer?
Makoto.
I know how angry it must make you, and yet, that same motivation is what led the Mastermind to revealing their weakness.
What?
In other words...
Because their goal is to broadcast this killing game to the world. The Mastermind has had to be more particular than is reasonable about their own regulations.
Messed up line, but let's just ignore that.
If the Mastermind simply ignored their rules, this wouldn't have been a game, but a one-sided slaughter.
At the very least...
At least, and that's how those who are watching this would have seen it.
And that's why the Mastermind couldn't kill any of us themselves?
Indeed.
That is precisely the reason. No matter how much they may hate what I'm doing, I haven't violated a single one of their regulations. Junko broke the rules, so she was punished, but in my case, they couldn't lay a finger on me.
Right.
So instead, they tried to use the class trial, following all their proper rules, to get me killed. They began a trial that didn't have a right answer. They made me out to be the killer.
But even that didn't work.
It's true.
Yes, thanks to you. And due to that failure, the Mastermind took yet another risk. They attempted to kill you instead, who also was not the killer.
And when that fact was exposed on live TV to the entire outside world, Mastermind had to accept your suggestion?
Indeed.
To prove that the world, that despair is better than hope, they'd have to defeat us in perfect form.
In other words...
It would only do the Mastermind harm to have it shown that they violate their own regulations.
But all of that was a hunch, right? And you were still able to get the Mastermind to accept your challenge.
However...
Well, it's only thanks to you that we got that chance. Because you believed in me, another path opened up.
Still, I can't believe how much the Mastermind's thoughts and plans you were able to figure out. I didn't have the slightest clue.
Wrong.
In the end, though, I couldn't prove any of it. It was just my reasoning. Essentially, I was making a bet.
Whew.
But it looks like I got it right. This time, at least, I won the bet. She let out a quick sigh. I took it as a small sign of relief. To be honest, I haven't been that nervous in a long time.
I totally couldn't tell you were nervous at all. You seemed totally confident from the moment we decided to go talk to him.
Well, presenting a strong demeanor is a fundamental part of negotiation and persuasion, wouldn't you say? Plus, if I showed my uneasiness, that would have just made you that much more uneasy.
Yeah, you're probably right. Pathetic.
However...
Anyway, we can't relax just yet. All we've done is earned another chance to fight. We have to win this time.
Correct.
Or everything we've gone through will have been for nothing.
You're right. If we can't defeat the Mastermind, it'll cost us our lives. There's no option except to win.
Hey.
Before we begin the final battle, we'll have to tell the others what's going on.
True, but now we know who our real enemy is. All we have to do now is work together with everyone and destroy the Mastermind.
Working together with everyone.
However...
Is that really possible?
Huh?
Anyway...
Anyway, right now we have to go find the others.
Shall we go?
They're probably in the dorms somewhere. Shall we go? Yes. Let's go after a quick break. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute break. Stretch your legs, get some water, use the restroom, do what you gotta do. And when we come back from the break, we're going to meet up with everyone, and I'm going to try to go at least another hour after this. Maybe an hour and a half. I'm not exactly sure how long this next phase will be, if I'm honest. I meant to research it, but I kind of forgot. But I want to get this next part done for tomorrow. Alright. Anyway, so let's take a quick break. We'll be right back in about 5 minutes. Okay? Cool. BRB.
Alright, I'm back. Hope that didn't scare anybody. Pretty sure that was like 5 minutes. I hope. I'm still drinking a lot of water because I realized that I hadn't drinking a lot of water this session. So I'm fixing that. Alright, get back adjusted. And let's continue with the game, shall we? Did I save? Looked like I did, but I'm just doing it. Okay. We gotta go to the dorms. Welcome back. Oh, thank you. It's weird to think that it's almost 8. Man. Okay, so I believe for this we have to actually check the dorms. It's been a while since I did this section. Taka, Oda, Momo, Byakuya. This is Byakuya's room. Is he inside?
Hey,
I don't think he's here. Come on, we need to keep looking. Toko? Is Toko room?
hey, hey.
Okay, we gotta keep looking. Then... Here we go.
Hey,
Okay. So they're not in their dorms. Remember when Celeste would always scare me around the corner? I feel like it was always Celeste. Celeste and Toko. So many people would scare me around the corner. Now there's no one here to scare me. Hopefully. For once, maybe I might go a session without someone being around a corner and scaring me. And suddenly we were greeted with... Oh. Oh! You again. Oh, here's the map. Your Spruggle 103.2.1.255. Is he broken? I suppose his emotional instability reached its limit. Oh, AG for something sync to __ 61. Jeez, what the heck?
however,
I wonder what that was all about. Ugh, I couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
Is that Makoto?
It's everybody!
You guys!
It is! There's no two ways about it. That's Makoto. Huh?
You survived?
Jeez. You're like a stubborn little cockroach, you know that?
I'm just asking to make sure, but you're not a ghost, right?
Everyone was there. All my friends who had struggled together and survived. As soon as I saw their faces, I couldn't help myself. I started to tear up.
What?
Wait. What's that smell?
What the heck?
Yeah, man, it seriously stinks.
It's Makoto! He smells like a wet dog! Get away! Shoo! Shoo! And in a flash, my tears dried up. I was smack. Honestly, legit, I love this group's kind of dynamic with each other. Where it's like, I care so much about these people, and then they like say something, it's like, and I remember why it is so hard to get along with you. I love the dynamic of we're all we got, so we gotta stick together kind of deal. Where they are like happy to see each other, but at the same time they're like, oh yeah, I remember these shenanigans. It's good. Hey guys.
Yo,
Makoto, what's it like hanging out in the spirit world?
I didn't go to the spirit world.
you know?
Did you get to talk to her?
Oh.
It's Cleo.
No, I didn't talk to her. I mean, I didn't go to the spirit world. I mean, who the heck is Miss Cleo? Byakuya, did you miss me? You can be honest with me, dude. You missed me. Who else would tell the class, right? Who else would be the tell Makoto person? It's me. Listen, you're just happy that you have your show and tell pet back.
I still can't believe you survived. Yeah, me either. Do you realize why it is your... Wait, do you realize why it is you escaped... What the... Do you realize why it is... Oh, that's how the sentence goes. Do you realize why it is you escaped execution? It was alter ego. He saved my life.
That's right.
Not too many people can say they had their lives saved by a computer program. I imagine it was a learning experience for you. Have you had a computer program save you? No, I didn't think so. So there. So what have you guys been doing while I was gone?
Well, we figured that since the trial was over, we'd have access to new places again.
And?
No dice. All the rooms that were locked before were still locked.
So there weren't any new areas. Then where can we go to find new clues? Coco? You stink! Are you rotten?
I'm telling you.
Physically, mentally, every way you can be rotten. Sorry, I was rolling around in garbage for a while. This smell is so smelly. Super smelly. You smell even worse than me. Way worse than me. I win. She seems happy for some reason. I'll be real. I never saw that line of dialogue with Toko. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. Someone stinks more than her, and she celebrates it. Beautiful. I love that. Holy crap. Hey, Kyoko. Alright, let's talk to everybody.
Makoto.
There's no time to indulge in the extended happy reunion. I'm sorry, I did. I was too curious. I know I shouldn't have because I'm also on a time crunch, but I was too curious. I got to see Toko dialogue I never saw before.
We need to explain to everyone what happened with Monokuma.
Yes.
Explain? Explain what? It's okay that you're here. What if the mastermind catches you?
It's true.
It's related to what I have to tell you all.
I need you all to tell you all about the last class trial.
Last class trial?
In other words,
We're going to redo Mukuro's trial.
Huh? What? Seriously?
How about that?
What's the point we're doing it? Makoto killed her, right? No, I didn't do it. Like I keep telling you.
wrong.
Makoto isn't the killer, and of course it's not me or any of you.
I have to go. So no, you're okay. You are okay. Thank you so much for stopping by the whole time. I really appreciate it.
I love your face as well.
I hope you have a good evening. Just need to pull something else up. Oh, you know what? Water sounds great right now. I am drinking a lot of water now. Okay. Oh, hey, Rex. Hope you're having a good evening. Then, who is it?
I see.
What she's saying is, it was all the work of the mastermind.
Huh? What? You're saying the mastermind killed Mukuro?
That's right.
That's right.
Oh, Kyoko said that. My bad.
It was all an elaborate trap contrived by the mastermind. Makoto spotted the trap in time and did what he had to do to stop it.
However,
But his decision meant that he would be the one to die.
What did you say?
You spotted the trap, did you, Makoto?
Make it sound like it was easy.
I just,
however,
But executing Makoto, who wasn't the Blackened, is a clear violation of the school regulations. The rules state that only the Blackened is to be executed. The mastermind broke their own rules, which is why I went and negotiated with them to have the trial one more time.
Huh? And the mastermind agreed? Does that mean they really did break the rules?
And I had no choice but to agree. You used the TV broadcast to gain the leverage you needed, didn't you?
correct.
Very observant of you.
Naturally.
I recall what you said at the end of the last trial. When you said now it's the mastermind that's ensnared. That's what you were referring to.
Don't be mean.
Hey, I'm totally in the dark here. Don't worry, hero. You've usually been in the dark. I hate to break it to you. Listen, you're a dork and I love you, but you're usually in the dark. For anyone who doesn't understand, you can ask Kyoko to explain it again, later.
So, knowing all of this, what do we do now?
About that. It's about who killed Mukuro, right? So our job is to expose the mastermind?
But there's more to it than that, correct? Yeah. For us to win this time, we have to solve every last mystery surrounding the school.
Every last mystery? But we've been looking all around this time, and we still don't know anything, right?
Anyway,
You've probably guessed already, but if we lose this time, everyone dies.
Oh no!
I mean, that's an appropriate voice line reaction. Everyone? Hey! Who said you could agree to those terms without talking to the rest of us? I'm fine with the way things are. I'm fine with living here forever with Master. I, meanwhile, want to get out of here as soon as humanly possible.
anyway.
At this point, the only way for us to survive is to unravel the truth.
In other words,
Interesting.
one decisive final battle. A rather interesting development, I'd say.
But figuring out who the mastermind is and how they killed Mukuro and all the school's mysteries.
Yeah, it's a pretty tall friggin' order.
Maybe, but this time the trial is different. We know who our enemy is now. So if we work together and search as hard as we can, I'm sure we'll solve all those mysteries.
I'm not so sure about that.
Huh?
I can't agree with the idea of working together with everyone.
You can't agree? Why not? I mean, working together with everyone seems like the most obvious way to solve all the mysteries.
Indeed.
And that's what I thought too, at first. Until Monokuma gave us that little hint of his. Hint? Anyway, here's a hint. I'm sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak Academy since the killing game began are those 16 students.
I see.
Monokuma said that, did he? Then Kyoko's opinion is perfectly reasonable.
But why?
So, in other words,
If the mastermind really is the one who killed Mukuro, as Kyoko says, then the mastermind would have had to set foot in this school, right? Monokuma could probably murder Mukuro, but there's no way he could have disguised this scene like that.
in other words,
But according to Monokuma, the only people who have set foot in Hope's Peak are the 16 students who have been taking part in the killing game.
The mastermind is... There were 15 of us in the main hall at the very beginning, and in Mukuro, you get 16. So the mastermind would have to be one of them?
that's right.
And of those 16 people we started out with, the only ones still alive are the people standing right here. Need I continue, or do you get it now? You're saying the mastermind is one of us?
No way! You can't be serious. Gonna hop out now. Good luck with your investigations. Oh, thank you! I hope you have a great evening. Thank you for stopping by. Hope you have a good evening. I don't know if I said that, but I hope you have a good evening.
Wait, we can't say for sure that's true yet. Monokuma might have just said all that to confuse us.
Indeed.
It's certainly possible, but only one among many. The mastermind being one of us is also a possibility.
And that is one possibility we can't ignore.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, they're ultimate, right? The ultimate despair. They must be a high schooler. You can't say it's not possible.
But if one of us was the mastermind, they'd have to be controlling Monokuma somehow, right? But did you ever see anyone acting suspicious anytime Monokuma was active?
Well, maybe they snuck off and controlled him in secret. But I don't care how sneaky you are. We would have noticed someone sneaking off that many times.
I'm right, right?
Maybe Monokuma was on autopilot. Maybe they loaded up all the dialogue and actions beforehand.
In that case, there's no way he could have had all those back and forth conversations with us.
Well, it wouldn't be entirely impossible if they directed the flow of the conversation.
Oh, maybe, but still.
This is a school announcement. You've all probably figured this out by now, but at this point, the killing game has now entered true ending mode. So, in the name of fairness, I will unlock every room in the school. Look wherever you want. Solve the mystery in whatever way you see fit. Then we can all meet up at the class trial, okay?
Kuma's laughs are so good.
How very magnanimous of him to unlock all the rooms.
That's fine.
The time for talk is done, and now we need to begin our investigation.
But
I was planning on working alone from the beginning anyway.
In the name of my family.
At this point, I can rely only on myself, on the Togami blood flowing through my veins. I have no time to worry about the rest of you. Each of you must uphold your responsibility.
Bye.
Well then. For making his final statement, Byakuya left the dining hall.
Master! He didn't take me with him.
Hey.
Do you blame him?
Without Master, the rest of you are like coffee with cream without the cream. Or coffee. Totally useless. So, bye.
With that, Toko trudged out of the dining hall. Now she's gone. You're gonna go off by yourself, right, Kyoko?
Indeed.
That's right.
Which just leaves Makoto, Hina, and me.
You know?
In that case, I'm gonna go by myself too.
Just a second.
Wait, how come?
How about that?
Just wait and see. I'm gonna use my totally awesome spirit power to figure out the mastermind's identity. I mean, I hope so. Laughing loudly, Hiro left the dining hall.
Everyone's really gonna go off by themselves?
what about you, Hina?
I guess I'll do the same thing.
But,
I mean, it's not that I don't trust everyone, you know?
I mean...
But up till now, I haven't really been all that useful. I just depended on Sakura and everyone else.
You're not useless. If you hadn't been here, I would have died.
Makoto! That's really nice of you to say.
But,
I still know I've mostly been totally useless.
okay.
So, I figure at least here at the end, maybe I can find something that'll help us all get out of here. So, I'm gonna go off and do it all on my own. Okay, see you later.
Hina was in surprisingly high spirits as she dashed out of the dining hall. And once again,
It's just us two.
Indeed.
So, you're gonna go off on your own, too, right, Kyoko?
However,
Well, don't misunderstand. Just because we're going to do our own searches separately doesn't mean we can't still work together.
so...
That goes for all of us.
I think I see what you mean. Doing our own investigation doesn't mean we can't work together in the end. I should just see it as us splitting up to cover more ground. Then we can get back together and share what we found. Yeah, that's right.
So then,
Well, I'd better get going. I have an endless list of things I need to check.
correct.
Monokuma said all the doors in the school have been unlocked, right? So we should be able to investigate every nook and cranny in the school.
We can visit all the places we couldn't go before.
Makoto.
No matter what it takes, we have to uncover the truth. By any means necessary.
With that, Kyoko was gone, leaving only me.
I don't have time to waste either. I have to begin my search.
I still can't believe the mastermind might be one of us. So that's what I have to prove. I'll prove that the mastermind isn't one of us. I'll expose the mastermind's true identity, solve the mystery of this school.
And then we can all escape together.
Ooh, give me that good investigation music.
Yes, I love this song.
I guess I'll start by taking another look at Mukuro's Monokuma file. Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. Those wrists are pretty tasty, right? Ugh. Like, don't get me wrong, the previous investigation theme is good. I really like it. But anytime, when it gets to chapter 5 and 6 in Danganronpa games, they always add, like, electric guitar and, like, amazing riffs to, like, the original song. And I just really love the escalation of the music, basically. So. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. They'd also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. The body was covered in other wounds, but these were at least several days old.
Once we find out who killed Mukuro Ikusaba, then we'll know who the mastermind is.
So where should I start my investigation to figure out who killed her?
I guess I should start with the rooms that were locked up until now.
The headmaster's room, the biolab, and the door in the data center with Monokuma's face on. Oh, and the second floor of the door is where the gate was down before. And that should be open now, right?
After that, I'll have to double check areas that are connected to the murder.
Which means the garden and the dojo. Okay, time to get started. Oh, thank goodness it gives me a list. My brain is not what it used to be. So, I know typically in the past I always stopped like when investigations happened and then we did investigation and trial. But because there's a lot to cover, I'm going to try to do investigation tonight. I'm gonna see how far I can get. If I get tired enough and I have to stop, then I will probably stop in the middle of investigation, but I want to see if I can get past that. So, I think let's check out the second floor of these dorms first. Since they're right here. The gate's open. I can finally check out the second floor of the dorms. Which means I have to do it. Oh, I just remembered that we don't get the cool investigation song, though. That's a bummer.
This is the second floor of the dorms?
It looks like some ancient ruins. Or no, it's more like a battlefield. Like a bomb blew up here or something. And I believe, like, these doors are broken in. There's, like, this door you can go in. But it's in disarray, and I believe there's, like, not much you can really check here. You can, like, check out the bathroom and the bed, and that's about it. But we don't get any information from this, so. Then we got girls and boys' bathrooms up here. We have a door with a giraffe on it. Coming out of a locker. And then we have this door. We're gonna check out this door first.
Yeah, this room doesn't really feel like a student's room. It's more adult atmosphere.
Correct.
It's the headmaster's private room.
Kyoko!
Indeed.
I've been through this room several times already, but I still have one little regret. So I decided to check it out one more time.
Regret? What is it telling me? The leather chair. Can't imagine a student using something like this. Must have been the headmaster's. Alright, we'll check out this computer stuff in a bit, but let's talk to Hyoko for now. Hyoko looks almost meek right now. She must be thinking about something. I probably shouldn't bother her. Oh, okay. The desk is home to a computer. Must have belonged to the headmaster. Thanks for the coin. It's kind of useless right now, but thank you. There's a PC on the desk. It must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem...
Whoever used this last, it looks like they were very interested in the ultimate despair. The PC still has some search results left.
Wow, I really slurred my words there.
The PC still has some search results left on it.
Then we might be able to get some info on the ultimate despair?
However...
There's not much, though. Nothing we don't already know.
In other words...
The ultimate despair isn't one individual, but instead points to some kind of group. That group is responsible for the tragedy which happened over 1 year ago.
Or happened 1 year ago. Excuse me.
They're the worst sorts of people, whose driving force comes from despair.
However...
And that's all there is. Not much to it, is there?
Whew.
But I guess the best he could do as a complete Kirigiri failure.
But any information on the mastermind is helpful, right? I appreciate whatever info we can get our hands on.
Correct.
I see. That's a good outlook to have.
Ultimate despair.
You see, must have belonged to the headmaster.
It would seem... However...
Nothing we don't already
In
know.
other words...
Okay, so this is the same. Kyoko. What am I forgetting? Okay, I guess I have to look at this. This obvious weird thing here. There's a strange gap in the wall. Some kind of designer mistake or construction defect or something?
So...
There's a gap here, but it's not just any normal gap. I can feel a breeze coming out.
A breeze?
Indeed.
There's likely an open space on the other side of this wall.
Open space? Does that mean...
You mean like a hidden room?
think I might know how to open it. Hello?
You know how to open it? Did you figure out some kind of trick or something?
Indeed.
A very easy trick, yes. So easy, I'm not sure you can even call it a trick. I saw a program on that PC that I think controls it. Enter the right password and the door should open up.
However,
But I don't have a clue what that password might be. All we know, it's probably made of letters and or numbers. We can't really go from there.
You're right. That's not nearly enough to go on.
it's true.
I looked through all his paperwork, all the files on the PC, everything I could think of. I learned more about him than I had any desire to, but nothing might have been his password.
Whew.
When I think of how much time I wasted on this.
Jeez.
So there's a hidden room she couldn't get into. That's what she meant by regret. I think we can assume that there must be some kind of clue waiting in there. Maybe for her, there's more to it than that. Anyway, if we want to get in there, we need to figure out the password. And if Kyoko can't figure it out, no way do I stand a chance. No, wait. There might be a chance. The password could be something Kyoko wouldn't have thought of, or something she didn't want to think of. For example...
What about your name?
What?
Huh?
Oh, sorry. I was just trying to think of what the password might be.
I'm sure she hasn't tried it. I mean, it's totally understandable. After the way she talked about her dad, the idea that he would use her name as his password, knowing how she is, I bet the idea never even occurred to her.
Do you mind if I try it, just to be sure?
Well,
It's not like you need my permission. You want to try it, try it. Do whatever you want.
Okay.
Let me just type it on the computer then. You know, I'm glad I thought of trying Kyoko's name. But if that's not it, that might just hurt Kyoko even more.
hey,
If you're worried about me, Makoto, don't be. I already know that your guess is wrong.
Okay. In that case, here goes nothing.
Collected myself and turned to face the computer monitor.
Let me just type the password here.
I typed in her full name, Kyoko Kirigiri. My hands were tense, slightly trembling, as I tried to finish typing it in. Oh. Would you look at that, Kyoko?
What? That did it! Kyoko, it worked!
why?
Kyoko?
Without looking at me, she disappeared into the hidden room. She looked grim.
Kyoko.
Wait for me!
Hey, Kyoko?
May as well not have even been in the room. The gaze was fixed only on one thing. A present? Wrapped and covered with such joy. That's what made it so unusual. Can I look around the room first? First of all, I wanted to address this picture here. Alright, I guess we do have to check out the present first. Okay. It's a brightly colored box here. It seems totally out of place in here. The more I look at it, the more suspicious I get. Should we open it? I'm getting kind of a bad vibe from it. But I mean, we can't not open it.
Okay.
Makoto.
Be careful, Makoto.
Oh, why? You think it's dangerous?
No, not dangerous, but surprising, probably.
Huh?
It would seem...
If it's what I think it is, at the very least, it's not something you'll be happy to see.
Wait, so you know what's in there?
Anyway,
Just don't scream or anything, okay?
Are you saying it's something that'll make me want to scream? Okay, I'm just gonna open it.
Step by heavy step, I approached the box. Took a deep breath, then took hold of the lid. Slowly, ever slowly, I lifted it up. Light began to sneak its way into the box. Stole a hesitant glance inside and... Kyoko's advice was no use. I let out a trembling cry. It was in the box. It was bones. Human bones. It was the last thing I expected to find in such a bright, joyful box. I mean, who could have possibly imagined?
I see.
Just as I thought. Who could have imagined bones would be in there, Kyoko?
Just as I thought. It was bones.
It was the only thing it could have been.
What?
7. Wait, is it 7? C7 Evan? All over again? Kyoko?
Just as you thought. How could you have known that? I mean, there were bones in there, human bones.
Wrong.
Well, it's not that I was thinking of the bones specifically. I just had a feeling it would be his body.
That's pretty much the same thing. A dead guy in a box.
My father.
Huh? What about him?
Correct.
What you found in the box. Those bones. That body. That's my father. Or at least, what's left of him.
Are you serious?
This is Kyoko's dad? The same man she's been searching for?
Well, hold on. How can you know that for sure?
It's just 7. It's a dark movie that had a similar element with the box. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Thanks for the information. Interesting. Is 7 like an old movie, or is older-ish movie, or is it a recent movie?
How do you know it's him?
So,
Given all the information we have on me,
Came out around early 2000. Oh wow, yeah, that was a while ago. Thousands or 90s. Interesting. I wonder. Kodaka's like a huge nerd. That's the creator of Danganronpa, so I wonder if he got inspiration from that. I'm not sure. Anyway. Given all the information we already have, or I guess I shouldn't say nerd, but he takes references. He makes a lot of references. Anyway. Given all the information we already have, that's the only possible answer.
So, that same person may have very well been the mastermind who planned all this out. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
Anyway, here's a hint. I am sure I told you this already, but this killing game began with 16 participants, all of them high school students. And the only people to take a single step in Hope's Peak since the killing game began are those 16 students.
Alter Ego said the headmaster was probably here in the school. But the only ones who were alive at the start of the killing game were us 16 students. When you put those two ideas together, it doesn't take much to assume
in other words,
that most likely my father was in the school, but he was also dead. That's my assumption anyway.
As Kyoko explained her analysis, she was completely calm. Or no, she wasn't calm. She was only trying to seem calm. She said it was just a thought, as she thought, so she knew it was a possibility. But I have to believe that at some point she wanted to be proven wrong. Which is why she never looked in the box herself, even though she had plenty of chances. I know Kyoko said she wanted to see her father so she could cut off all ties. But was that all there was to it?
I gave up some of that pride. In order to enter Hope's Peak, I had to reveal myself to the school. I did it knowing that was something a true Kirigiri detective would never do. Would she really give up her pride just for that? I couldn't help but wonder.
Oh.
The headmaster's desk. It's probably hiding some kind of clue, so I really want to check it out, but I don't want to touch Kyoko's dad's desk without her permission.
hey,
Don't worry about me. Feel free to look around as much as you like.
Are you sure?
because
Never let anything get in the way of the investigation. I don't.
Okay. You don't mind then.
Starting from the top, I opened all the desk drawers and looked inside. I rummaged through each one, finding nothing but unrelated documents. But in the last drawer,
Is this?
it's an e-handbook, right? And it has a label on it that says, "In case of emergency." I found some kind of emergency handbook in the headmaster's desk.
in other words,
A handbook with no limitations, given to the school's ultimate authority, the headmaster. I'm assuming that's what it is.
I think you're probably right.
it would seem
It might prove useful as we continue our investigation. Why don't you hold on to it?
But Kyoko,
I
I don't need it. If you don't want it, go ahead and just leave it there.
then I guess I'll take it.
Is it really okay? This picture. It's all faded. It must be pretty old. Wait, is this a picture of... Hey, Kyoko! Oh.
Why would you?
Well, this is annoying. I came here to cut myself free of the past. And yet... to now find something like this. So what do you expect me to do now? And I was right. It was a picture of Kyoko when she was a little girl. Knowing the headmaster had this picture all this time, he must have really cared about her.
Why?
Why? What? I wanted to face him and tell him myself, to cut him out of my life for abandoning me. It's the whole reason I came here. And now he's abandoned me again. And this time, he even stole the only opportunity I had to move on. Has there ever been a worse father? Kyoko.
Hey.
Listen, Makoto. Can I ask you a favor?
Favor, what is it?
So...
I know it's completely unreasonable to ask you this. And I don't know I know it'll only inconvenience you that much more, but...
Hey.
Could you leave?
Correct.
Just for a little while. I just like to be alone for a bit.
Kyoko.
Don't worry, I'm fine. I just need to calm down a little.
Just a second.
I need to get my emotions in order.
You know, Kyoko, you told me before about the relationship you had with your dad. How you're only connected by blood, not by heart and soul. But
maybe that picture motivated him. Maybe he hoped to see me again someday. Is that what you were going to say? If so, it's just a theory. And this isn't an issue that can be settled with theories. That picture doesn't change the facts of what happened, what I went through. That problem can't be solved so easily.
Alright, I'm sorry.
Anyway...
Once I got myself under control, I'll return to the investigation immediately. So please just give me some time to myself.
Okay, I understand. Then, I'll see you later.
Is she really okay? Kyoko. Must have been a complete shock to her. I mean, it was a shock to me. To find out what happened to the headmaster. There's no doubt the mastermind performed that evil deed. Killed the headmaster. Killed Kyoko's father. They killed him. The headmaster is dead.
The one leading Hope's Peak staff, the one who finalized the plan to isolate you, was the Hope's Peak headmaster. So that same person may very well be the mastermind who planned all this. And according to the files, the headmaster is a man in his late 30s. It seems possible, even likely, that he's somewhere in this school right now.
But we were wrong about that. The headmaster wasn't the mastermind. Which means the mastermind's true identity is... Here's a hint! I told you this! The killing game had 16 participants! You guys are high school students, and the only people who came in here were 16 students! Yeah, sorry, I skipped it, but we've seen that before. A lot of times. 15 of us met in the male hall. Add Mugro to the mix and you get 16. And including me, only 6 of us are still alive. You're cool. Cool. Everyone else is dead. Even Mukuro. Even she's undeniably dead. So the ones still left alive are... me. Byakuya. Hiro. Toko. Hina. And Kyoko. Only those 6 people are still alive. And there's no question.
Wait, no! That can't be! I refuse to believe it. There has to be some other way. There just has to be!
I mean, here's hoping. Alright, now let's check out this spot. This room is filled with lockers. Must have been for the Hope's Peak students who came before us. This class before ours must have used these lockers. This one. I wonder if I can open this locker. Nope, locked. It's a card reader installed on the door. That must be how you get the locker open. After all, it's pretty similar to the card readers for the locker rooms on the second floor of the school. And you have to use your e-handbook to open those. So does that mean? Oh, let's just give it a try. I took out my handbook and ran it across the card reader. And then... no luck. Maybe only the locker's owner can open it. Which means none of us can do it. Wait, but... what about that emergency handbook I found in the headmaster's hidden room? Okay, let's give it one more try. Took out the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader and... right, just what I was hoping for. Now let's see what we got inside. This locker is totally disorganized. Whoever belongs to this probably has organization problems in every part of their life. This is a crystal ball. A crystal ball? No, it can't be. There's no way he'd ever use this locker. It's not possible. There's all kinds of textbooks and notebooks stacked up in no particular order. And dust everywhere. I have to assume whoever's stuff this is didn't do a lot of studying. Not that I can really talk. Trying to act as casual and natural as possible, I picked up one of the notebooks I saw. But the moment I looked inside the notebook, any sense of uneasiness I might have had evaporated. What? There's no denying what I saw. Inside the notebook was written, Yasuhiro Hagakure. Is this our Yasuhiro? The notebook also contained a large number of notes for a variety of different classes. Which mean he attended classes here? No, that can't be possible. I mean, Hiro came to the school at the same time as the rest of us. We were all sucked into this evil world. We never had the chance to take any classes. So, what is this notebook? Interesting. Took out the emergency handbook and ran that across the card reader and... looks like the locker opened. Let's see what we got inside. I don't see anything. Okay, which one is it? Nothing. This one? Oh, something. This thing is practically empty. There's just one thing. Some kind of pocketbook. I don't see a name written on it, so I can't say for sure whose it is. But there's some writing inside. It could be important. I don't like violating the owner's privacy, but I better take a look. It looks like a girl's handwriting. And all the letters are spaced out evenly, like whoever wrote them was measuring them. Whoever wrote this must have been really meticulous. Give me a second to take some water. Okay. Huh? I was looking through the pocketbook, but my hand froze when I got to a certain page. I saw something familiar written there. Words I'd heard before. There's a plan to turn Hope's Peak into a shelter and isolate the students here in a communal life. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster. And my father. He was willing to give me some more details regarding the plan. Here's what he said. The point is to keep our student prodigy safe. To keep them as a hope for the future. Only their genius can overcome disaster. And only their hope can overcome despair. For the future of our country, our world, it's not an exaggeration to call this our final hope. We must isolate superior youth from the corrupted world to serve as the foundation for a new era. This is the only hope we have. I hope that you'll be willing to go along with this plan. So that's what my father had to say to me. As usual, he made a selfish decision without consulting anyone. Can't imagine a worse father. Oh. We just heard someone say that. This can't be true, can it? But I knew it was, and I knew exactly who the pocketbook belonged to. Kyoko. Couldn't be anyone else. But if this belongs to Kyoko, what was it doing in this locker? And what she wrote here completely contradicts what she already told me. She said she hadn't seen her dad since he left when she was little. I decided to talk to the one who came up with the plan directly. It just so happens to be the headmaster and my father. What does this all mean? Quickly scanned the remaining pages of the notebook. I must have been looking for something that would prove me wrong about this whole thing. But when I reached the last page, the question mark spinning through my head just started spinning that much faster. When I looked at it, unlike the rest of the pocketbook, the writing here was messy, disorganized, scrawled. Despair walks among us, and so we survive. There's a second despair. What is this? What does it mean? I have no idea. Could this possibly make any sense? The more I see, the less sense it makes. Because these lockers, I mean, they had to belong to the previous students, right? So why am I seeing this? Why are there things in the lockers that look like they belong to people here? A notebook that seems to belong to Hiro, and a pocketbook that seems to belong to Kyoko. There has to be some kind of explanation. But if I want to find that out, I have to keep moving the investigation forward. I have to believe in everyone. So I believe we have seen everything we can on the second floor here. So, let's get to where the cool music is. Please? Oh, okay, that's where the hitbox is. Oh, I've missed you. Okay, so places to check. Headmaster's room, biolab, Monokuma, and the dorm. Oh yeah, heck yeah. That's how I feel. As soon as that guitar kicks in, so good. What? Well, let's work our way up. Let's go to the 4th floor. And the data center's like right there, so. Oh, I went the long way.
Hey, Makoto.
Makoto, are you here to look around too?
Is that what you're doing?
Yeah, I can't help but wonder about that Monokuma door.
Yeah.
So I figured if all the doors in the school have been unlocked, that one should be open too, right?
But
Although I couldn't bring myself to open it.
I mean,
Because it might explode, right? And that'd really suck. So you open it.
I'm sure she didn't mean it, but she made it sound like she was okay with me getting blown up. Yeah, I'm sure she didn't mean it either. Okay, so I guess I'll open it.
Wait, let me take cover first. I don't want to get exploded.
And I raced over to a nearby desk and hid underneath it.
Okay, go ahead.
Everything will be okay. Right? Alright, here goes nothing. I threw all my weight into it, but the door opened much easier than I expected. Oh wait, but the investigation music. Can we get the music back? Please? There was no explosion, thankfully. My first impression was...
Huh? Whoa! This place is totally sci-fi.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Oh. What is this device? Looks like some kind of control panel. It's really over the top, though. Like some kind of military installation or something.
Yeah, it kind of looks like a mech cockpit, right? Hifumi'd probably freak out if he saw it.
Cockpit? The Monokuma room has a control panel that looks like some kind of cockpit. And could that mean...
okay.
All right, let's start poking at it or whatever. I'm gonna start pushing buttons.
Oh, hold on! You can't just... or whatever, something like this! But it was too late. Ina was already jabbing away at the control panel.
Did you hear that?
Yeah, I think it came from the other room. Ina, what did you push? What?
I'm not totally sure, but I think it was that one. The button that says Data Center.
Data center? I took a good look at the control panel, and I saw a bunch of buttons, each with the name of a room next to it. And just like Hina said, there was one labeled Data Center. It must be the one she pushed. But the Data Center, it's right next door. The room we were just in. That's where the strange noise came from. I'd probably go check it out. Better go check it out.
Yes, please. I'm kind of scared out of my mind right now, so I'll just cheer you on from over here.
Gee, thanks for the vote of confidence. Did I just hear what I think I heard? Oh. Is that Monokuma? A wild Monokuma appears? Hello?
Hey! Give me all your donuts.
Is that you, Hina?
What? Oh man, busted! How did you know?
Say what?
Anyway, what is this? Some kind of remote control camera kind of setup?
You don't even know what you're controlling?
Hello.
Well, I mean, I can't really see anything from in here.
Found it.
I guess what I found? A self-destruct button.
Whatever you do, don't push it.
Too bad.
Oh man.
You seriously gonna push it? Anyway, I guess that settles it. The room with the Monokuma drawing on it and the control panel inside.
Whoa! Hey, Makoto! What the heck was that just now?
Monokuma.
Huh? What do you mean?
Like you were controlling just now. It was Monokuma.
Huh? Monokuma? Wait, for real?
Yep, it looks like that panel definitely controls Monokuma. Which means Mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. Yeah, they were definitely in here. Mastermind has been controlling Monokuma from this room. This control room is totally separate from the data center area with all the monitors. In other words,
Hey,
maybe the Mastermind can't monitor us and control Monokuma at the same time. Kyoko's theory was right.
But if the Mastermind's been controlling Monokuma from here, that means they've been inside the school this whole time, right?
I guess that would have to be true. But if that is true, there are 16 students. And the Mastermind, Monokuma's puppeteer, really is the 16th student? No, it can't be. There's no way, right?
What's wrong, Makoto? I don't like that face you're making.
Oh, no, it's nothing.
Oh, okay.
What about you? Is everything okay?
Well, it's just... this is where the Mastermind's been hiding, right? Who knows if they set up traps or something?
I can't say it is impossible, but I really hope it's not true.
So, like... you want to leave soon? There's still lots of other places to check out.
Yeah, good point. Can't waste all our time standing around here. Okay, you want to get going?
Yeah.
As soon as the door to the data center was closed, I heard a strange sound. Oh, what was that?
The door! It just locked on its own!
What? My hand shot out and grabbed the doorknob. You're right. It's locked, but why?
Of course it's locked, because the data center is now restricted.
Monokuma?
Just a second. Hey, no fair. You can't just go around restricting whatever you feel like.
Hey,
It's for your benefit. Because if that room stays open, I won't be able to move around. Imagine how depressed everyone would get if the school mascot just up and stopped moving.
That room.
Yep.
As you may have guessed, that's where my controls are. So, right now you're being operated by someone in that room?
Yes, indeed.
Correctamundo.
You're a liar.
But that doesn't make any sense. We were just in there and we didn't see anyone. Oh, you did it, did you? Are you you sure you were as thorough as you could have been? Did you happen to check a certain suspicious hatch?
You mean the one that's right underneath the chair that I purposely was avoiding? Because I know that even if you investigate it, nothing happens, nothing comes of it. So it was pointless, and you just taunt us later of, like, that you couldn't investigate it, even though I know nothing happens from it. Yeah, that hatch! No way! The hatch on the floor?
Too bad. That was your one big chance and you blew it.
Too bad.
Of course, that hatch can't be opened from the outside anyway, so whatever. Now then, this room is officially restricted, so no more investigating. I'll be relying on you guys to tell the others. Peace!
He's gone, but
So,
was he telling the truth? The mastermind was hiding in there?
In fact, if you think back to when we got locked out of the control room, it proves it for sure.
Huh?
Then, when I said we should leave,
Well, that hatch couldn't be opened from the outside anyway, right? So it's not your fault. And the one way to prevent, repeating players from checking it out.
Sorry.
okay.
Anyway, we don't have to let it get to us. We have to stay positive and make the most of the time we have left.
You're right. There's one thing I'm good at. It's keeping my body moving. Okay, I'm gonna run around and tell everyone we found here. Nice! You got me all motivated again.
You got it.
Okay, I'm out. See ya!
Hina took off at his full sprint. To do what I can't do. That's the only way forward. So the other thing we can check out is the headmaster's room. On this floor. There's a few other spots. This is the headmaster's room. I've heard an awful lot about it, but this will be my first time seeing it for myself. Makoto, it's you. Oh, Byakuya. Hey, dude. Well, you came to the right place this time. Would you like to see something interesting?
Nani?
Oh, what do you mean, something interesting? Take a look at this. It goes on top of that pathetically ostentatious desk. Class number 78, student registry? It contains the profiles for all of us, and Mukuro.
So, in other words...
Apparently, class number 78 refers to us. Wait, we found Mukuro's profile in Kyoko's room.
I see.
That's right. It also mentioned class number 78. This must be where Kyoko got that page. And since the rest of our profiles are listed in there with hers,
In other words...
there can be no doubt. Mukuro was a student here at Hope Speak Academy, just like the rest of us. Mukuro Ikusaba, the 16th student, lying hidden somewhere in the school, the one they call the ultimate despair. Watch out for her. Yes, I have that memorized. That must be how Kyoko learned about it. But it seems like Kyoko was in a hurry. What do you mean? I'm talking about when she stole it. The uneven tearing and the way the paper had been crumpled, she must have been in a hurry. Well, since she snuck in to get it, I'm sure she wanted to get out as fast as possible. But what's your point? She was in so much of a hurry that she only got the first page. The first page? Correct. Mukuro's profile actually contains 2 pages. What?
So, in other words...
In other words, when it comes to this profile, there was more information about Mukuro than we still didn't have. What kind of information is it? Why do you ask me to explain every little thing? You can read, can't you? It seemed to be some sort of detailed report put together by the headmaster himself. I don't know what kind of man he was, but I'm glad he left us such an interesting clue. I was half listening to Byakuya as I skimmed through the report. Mukuro reappeared suddenly, and in the background an entity floats, close but just out of reach. The entity known as the Ultimate Despair. Right now I can't be sure if this is a single person or some kind of group. Whatever it is, Mukuro definitely has some sort of connection to it. I have a bad feeling about this. I need to push forward with my research into the Ultimate Despair. And I need to pay attention to Mukuro's behavior too. This is just my gut feeling, but I think she's dangerous. despite the countless battles she must have gone through as a member of Fenrir. When she entered Hope's Peak, she didn't display any signs of battle wounds or scars. That fact alone proves her tremendous skill in battle. Naturally, I want to believe in her. She is one of my students, after all. But if I decide she's a danger to the other students, I will be forced to take all reasonable measures. Mukuro was part of the ultimate despair. I don't think there could be any doubt about it now. But wouldn't that mean Mukuro and the Mastermind were allies? So why? Why would they kill Mukuro? Plus, even the headmaster seemed to be afraid of what Mukuro was capable of. They would have had to take her completely by surprise to kill her like that. Or maybe it means the Mastermind is even stronger than Mukuro was.
What?
What's wrong, Makoto?
That's fine.
You seem to be lost in thought. But I should probably point out one other thing. There's another important bit of information within that file that you should note. What is it? Did you notice the picture in there? Picture of a girl perhaps you've never seen before. A girl who seems to be included as part of our class number 78. That should be enough for you to figure out who the girl is. And further information about that girl is included in the file. 5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. It even lists her vitals. 31, 22, 32. Well, what do you think?
Well, I think, are you asking me, like, if she has a nice body?
Stop talking.
You hopeless idiot. What I'm trying to tell you is maybe you'll want to keep that in mind for later. Maybe you'll wait back to the corpse, and maybe you'll think, oh, could that mean? Wait, is he trying to say there's a chance the body isn't actually Mukuro? Is that what he's saying? Personally, what I'm thinking seems all but impossible. But it wouldn't hurt to confirm, right?
It's all clear now.
That's all I was trying to say. What you do with that information is your business. So I'm back to being Byakuya's errand boy. Oh, and one last thing. It's a bit of advice for me to you, so I suggest you pay attention. Wow, you're giving me advice? What world is this?
Advice for me?
You seem to be getting along with Kyoko quite well.
It's not that we're getting along. She's just done a lot to help me.
Well, don't put too much faith in her.
Huh?
In other words,
The cost of that faith might be more than you can afford.
What are you saying?
Just what I think. Call it a hunch.
A hunch.
But my hunches tend to be proven right. The advice is free this time. Take it or don't, as you will.
I'll keep it in mind. Thanks.
Okay. So honestly, I think the only thing that's of note is, like, you know, talking to Byakuya. Like, we could check out, like, this, but I don't think anything comes from it. Documents all over the floor makes me anxious. I think Byakuya just pointing out the student registry is all we need from here. Okay, next we gotta go to the 5th floor. And we can check out the biolab and the dojo and the garden. Let's check out the dojo. It's right here. Garden and maybe the biolab. Oh, hey Toko. Give me a second to take a sip of my water, please.
Oh, Toko. So this is where you were.
What do you want?
Am I so disgusting you want me out of your sight?
No, that's not it at all. I just thought maybe you'd found a clue.
Well, I haven't. I didn't find anything. Not one single clue. I figured since this place was related to the case, it would have to have something, right? There wasn't anything out of the ordinary here. Back. Give me back my precious time.
Calm down, Toko.
What's your
Tell
problem?
me to calm down. Do you have any idea what I'm going through right now? When everyone finds out, they're gonna come useless, good for nothing.
Nobody's gonna say that.
Master Will? I'm not sure I can disagree with that. I don't want that. I'm sick of always being looked down on. Why won't anyone accept me? Well, I don't think there are any clues here, so maybe I'm gonna get going. Yeah, maybe. Listen, Toko, you sweet summer child. I do love you, but I think I'm just gonna, yeah, you know, bye. All right, garden. Huh? It's gone. Bukuro's body. It's not here. Maybe the body's inside the tool shed. I better check just to be sure. Didn't find anything even close to a dead body. It's not in here either, then it must be... I have no idea where. Corpses aren't the only thing I need to check in here. There's one other thing. That tarp. A tarp played a key role in another case, so I better look into it. Killer used the tarp to keep the sprinklers from getting the body wet. Which means the killer might have left some clue behind here. Huh? I didn't notice this before, but there's a small stamp in one corner of the tarp. It says Biolab? And this originally came from the Biolab? I mean, there's one other thing I want to check. I don't think it's related, but... A pickaxe. On the handle it says, Crazy Diamond. It's the same thing that was written on the back of Mondo's coat. His pickaxe is connected to Mondo somehow. Strange. That's all I really needed to check here. Where could her body have gone? I better start looking for it. Alright, I believe we gotta check. This is one of the last rooms. Raw. Well, here I am in the biolab. It's so cold. It's like abnormally cold. I feel like I'm in a giant refrigerator. Seriously, why is it so cold? It's just so cold in here. It's the first thing I need to figure out. I thought it would... Okay. Some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. And on the left side, there's a bunch of glowing blue lights. But on the other side... There's some kind of weird machine or something built into the wall. I've seen something like this before. That's it! I've seen this kind of thing in horror movies and stuff. It's a fridge for storing dead bodies. Does that mean this biolab is actually a morgue? I should probably take a closer look around. No, I didn't mean to examine that. No! Oh wait, red machines. The ones on the left are on. I believe that's what I was saying. And the ones on the right are off. Okay, cool. Oh, there's some kind of booklet here. Ooh, looks like an instruction manual. We offer an eco-friendly alternative to standard dry ice for all your cadaver needs. In addition to the germicidal lamps, we also provide an ozone generator for the removal of ethylene gas. Simply insert the cadaver and the blue light will let you know the automated systems have activated. Temperature and humidity levels will be adjusted automatically for optimum settings. With our system, anyone can keep a body fresh as a daisy for as long as you need. In the unlikely event of a problem, the red light will activate and an alarm will sound immediately. The exterior is stainless steel, and we do offer an optional leather upholstery upgrade package. Is this the instruction manual for the fridge? Well, looking around, I think I get it. Seems clear to me now. This is some kind of makeshift morgue. They're really trying to sell you, right? Who knew? I never really considered what kind of business practice would have to be, or like advertising methods would have to be in place for morgues. Like, there's an advertiser out there that is focused specifically on advertising for morticians. And that is a very entertaining thought to me. And about those lights by each slot. It looks like it's set up so that when a slot is occupied, the blue light comes on, which would mean inside each slot lit up in blue. One of the victims is... I can't let my emotions take control right now. There's only one thing I can do for everyone who's died, and that's defeat the mastermind. And to do that, I have to continue my investigation. I don't have any other option.
There's a stack of tarps here.
Been seeing a lot of those things lately.
Is that really all? I thought we could...
This is a school announcement. Is everyone working hard? Is your investigation coming along nicely? Well then, since you're all giving it your best, your generous headmaster will give you a little hint. For those of you who are interested, please make your way to the gym ASA possible.
But now he wants to give us a hint?
It's suspicious, there's no doubt about that. This could be a trap.
But even knowing that... He said to go to the gym, right? Oh, you're taking me there? Beautiful. Beautiful. I don't have to teleport. How lovely. Hero doesn't look good, though. Where have you been, dude?
Oh, hey, Hero.
Makoto!
Why'd you act so surprised?
No reason.
You heard Monokuma's announcement, right? Are you here to find out what he has to say?
I just did, actually. I'm on my way out.
You already talked to him? What'd he say?
Listen, sorry, but I gotta go.
Hero, wait!
There's no point in trying to stop him. He ran off like a frightened animal.
Hero?
It's like he was trying to avoid me. I was hoping to talk to him about the notebook I had found in the locker.
Has he been hiding something this whole time?
What is going on? Monokuma?
Monokuma!
Yes, you are, and that animation reminded me that it has been a while since I have saved. Okay.
Hello, welcome. Hello! Are you ready for your final hit? Well, it just so happens to be in the envelope on the ground in front of you.
Call? Yeah, it's been a while. Envelope. This must be the envelope.
And just so you know, I won't be answering any questions about what you find inside.
What?
Don't worry, just get on with it.
Kuma's cryptic words didn't make me feel any better, but I picked up the envelope and opened it. What I found was a single photograph. It featured a bunch of faces I recognized extremely well. It's everyone who had come to Hope's Peak at the same time as me.
Wait, but...
There's someone behind Sayaka. She's the only one I don't recognize.
Wait, that's not true. I do recognize her.
That's right.
When Byakuya and I were in the headmaster's room and we looked at the file. Mukuro Ikusaba? And this girl is... What? Why is Mukuro here with everyone else? And even more than that...
Just having everyone here pose like this is weird enough by itself. We're all wearing matching uniforms. I don't remember anything like this. And now that I'm looking at it, it's not even everyone. I'm not in the picture. I'm the only one not there. This picture has all 15 other students, but not me. But I guess that makes sense. After all, I don't remember ever taking a picture like this. I went to junior high with Sayaka, but the first time I met everyone else was when I arrived here at Hope's Peak Academy. So it's natural for me to not be in this picture. But what's definitely unnatural is that everyone else is in the picture. I thought everyone was like me and didn't know each other till they got here. But if this picture is real, then could that mean...
Could it be everyone else and just me?
Everyone out here except me is...
How long are you going to keep this rambling soliloquy of yours, Hamlet?
What are you gonna do?
You're kind of getting in the way of standing there, you know? So, I mean, get out.
But it...
I told you, I'm not fielding any questions.
Unbelievable.
What kind of mystery would this be if I gave you all the answers? That'd be totally out of left field. I guess that means he's done talking.
So in the end, all I found at the gym was even more confusion. And with that confusion in hand, I left the gym dejected.
How does that count as a hint? Just made me even more confused.
Is that what Monokuma was going for? Did he put together a fake photo just to confuse me? But it looks so real, so full of life. How could anyone fake that? Which, I mean, everyone but me. Maybe I should just ask everyone directly. That should clear all this up.
Oh, I have to clear this up.
I mean, that's a good way of going about it. It's good to ask people questions when you are confused about a thing. So, let's do that. Trying to remember where everyone is.
So that's where you've been hiding. Listen, I was hoping to talk to you.
Oh, Makoto? Sorry, I gotta go.
What? She ran off so fast, I didn't even have time to ask her to stop.
Hina.
Why? Why won't you talk to me? Whoops. I'm gonna save again. Let me zoom out. Okay, it doesn't look like there's an explanation point here though. Archive. Oh, Byakuya's there, as he always is. Hey, Sherlock.
Oh, Byakuya! Listen, do you think we could talk? Byakuya?
That's enough.
I have nothing to talk to you about. Don't talk to me as if we're friends.
Wait! Byakuya, wait!
Of course he didn't. He just walked away.
What the... Why was he acting like that? Like he was purposely trying to avoid me.
That's interesting. Zoom out, please. Thank you. Alright, it looks like Hiro's in the garden and Toko's in the biolab, so...
Hey, Hiro.
Oh, Makoto!
What's going on with you? Every time I see you, you freak out like that.
No. No! Sorry, but I'm in a big of a hurry.
Once again, he ran off like a terrified rabbit, and I know I botched his life, but it's fine. It works with him.
Hiro, what's wrong?
Still wasn't able to talk to him about the notebook I found. It's like he was avoiding me. Like he was afraid of me.
Why?
Alright, let's go check out the biolab. Oh, the music cut out. My investigation theme, though. I decided to visit the biolab one more time. The first thing I saw when I got there was her passed out again.
Toko?
Hey, you okay?
Toko, are you okay?
Oh, no, she's not dead, is she? Oh.
Hey, Jack! Ugh. It's cold. It's super cold. It's so cold I think I might catch a cold.
If you keep taking naps in places like this, I'm sure you will.
I see.
What? Was I asleep? I must have fainted again. I bet you were standing there, staring at me, getting all excited, weren't you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, then what?
That certain age.
Hot and bothered, straight up horny.
Okay, so why did you pass out?
I don't know. Last thing I remember was me waking up just now. What'd you do to Miss Morose?
Oh, that's right. Your memory stops and starts each time you switch.
Bingo bazinga! We share some basic knowledge, but our memories are very much separate. Don't say it like it's a bad thing. It's a blessing as far as I'm concerned. Because even if she forgets something, I totally remember. So it's like double the memory.
I know that it's more like half.
But all I want to know is, where's my little darling? Tell me now or I'll slit your throat.
I don't know. I'm sure Byakuya is around here somewhere doing his own investigating.
Yes.
By himself?
I assume so.
Oh, I'm on.
I knew it. I totally knew it. I'm a total pro when it comes to all things master. Anyway, I gotta hurry. I can't even imagine how lonely he must be right now.
Toko shut off, her eerie laughter echoing behind her. I totally forgot to ask her about the picture.
Well, there's no point in asking Genocide Jack anyway.
Besides, I have more important things to do right now.
Why did Toko faint? There's gotta be a reason for it. Well, there's that. But I'm gonna take a sip of my water. Ah.
And I'm gonna save.
Oh, it's nighttime right now? I guess that makes sense.
Fridge, it's open. But I'm sure they were all shut tight last time I was here.
That must be why she passed out.
Right.
She faints so easily.
Kyoko!
Makoto.
It's getting late, isn't it?
Are you okay?
Indeed.
I'm sorry if I made you worry.
No, you don't have to apologize.
Listen.
But listen, about this room.
Oh, yeah, it's...
It would seem...
It's a morgue.
Yeah.
I knew it.
I suspected as much. And Toko must have looked inside the fridge, seeing what was in there, and, well, there you have it.
You knew she'd fainted?
Indeed.
I was on my way here when Genocide Jack came running past me. I assumed she must have sneezed, but once I got inside, the real reason became clear.
It would seem...
I imagine she came here to investigate. And when she opened the slot there, that's
when she saw the body inside and dropped like a bag of rocks.
why is everything gotta be so difficult with her?
Anyway...
We should close it up. Don't want to leave it hanging open like that.
Yeah, good idea.
Makoto.
Give me a hand with this.
Kyoko approached the fridge, hands outstretched. I just had a weird thought. So these are all morgues well, this is a morgue. Never mind. We don't know what this is a morgue to yet. But I will talk about my thought in a bit. But suddenly she stopped.
What's wrong?
Listen.
Maybe we should wait a second before closing it.
How come?
Because Mukuro's body is in here.
Mukuro's corpse? Mukuro's body's inside the fridge?
I see.
Just like every other time, the mastermind probably brought it up here while we were in the class trial.
The mastermind did it? Because they assumed we wouldn't be doing the class trial over again, I guess.
So...
You may be right. Either way, now I can finally get a good look at the body.
Oh, that's right. Kyoko didn't get a chance to check the body during the last investigation.
Makoto.
I need to do my own examination of the corpse as soon as possible. I'm going to find a clue this time, and I'm going to grab the mastermind by the tail.
Okay, so what should I do?
So then...
Why don't you just wait over there? I'll let you know as soon as I'm finished.
Just over there? That's it? Okay, so we know that Mukuro's body's in here. I can't talk about it yet. We gotta establish something else first. On the left side, blue lights are on. These ones
It
are.
would seem...
Soon the blue light comes on when a slot is occupied.
So when someone's in there, the blue light comes on. Looking around, the number of lights that are on, including Mukuro's, there's 9 in all. 9 lights? Tarp. You know, I think I've seen a tarp like this somewhere.
That's the same one in the garden! And if I remember, that tarp had a stamp that said biolab. And that's the tarp that was used to help camouflage the murder in the garden. At some point, someone got it from the biolab and took it over there. I should ask Kyoko about that group photo. After all, she's in it too. Way in the back. Behind Chihiro. So let me interrupt your investigation, but I wanted to talk to you about something.
What is it?
It's about the announcement Monokuma made earlier.
You mean the one about a hint or something? I didn't take him up on the offer.
Why not?
Because...
The only reason he'd give us a hint at this point would be to confuse us, to cloud our judgment. I can solve this mystery on my own without whatever hints he may have to offer.
That's a good point. I wish I could go back and do the same thing, but what's done is done, I guess. Standing here looking at her, I don't think she's hiding anything from me. Is she right? Did the mastermind forge that picture as a trap to confuse us? That's gotta be it. There's no other explanation.
Okay, Makoto, I'm done.
Already? Jeez, that was fast.
Indeed.
Anyone can do good work if they go slow. In that spirit, I'll make my report brief.
So did you find anything?
Indeed.
I paid careful attention to the wounds and the traces of blood, and it seems likely that the stomach wound and the blow to the back of the head were inflicted after death.
Really?
The burnt tissue made things a little difficult, but I'm completely confident in my findings.
So that means neither of those were the fatal injury, right? Then what was the fatal injury? Due to the explosion, the victim's identity is unknown. They were, however, dead before the blast. The victim had been stabbed a single time with a knife, which went completely through the body. It had also been struck in the head with an object about as thick as a metal pipe. When the body was covered with wounds, but these were at least several days old. The only other option is other wounds, but the file said they were old.
Is that right?
Where does it say they're old?
Because...
All the Monokuma file says is that they were inflicted at least several days ago.
I guess I don't see the difference.
Wrong.
Well, the difference is immense, considering the impression they give.
Listen.
You seem to be equating several days old with simply old.
However...
But that doesn't quite follow logically. Old wounds make it sound like they've been there forever, like they're not related to the murder.
Are you saying they are? But we all got the Monokuma file right after she was killed, right? So if the wounds were at least a few days old, there's no way that could have had anything to do with it.
So then...
But what if Mukuro herself wasn't killed within the last few days?
What?
At the very least...
Certainly you can allow it as one of the many possibilities, can't you?
One of many?
Right.
A detective doesn't have supernatural powers. There's no way to predict the answer from the beginning. Instead, the ideal detective begins by imagining as many possible scenarios as they can.
In other words...
They envision these possibilities without prejudice, without bias, using only their logic and common sense. Then, as they investigate, they test what they find against each of these possibilities. Now, of course, me telling you this doesn't mean you'll be any good at detective work. But beyond using that to solve this particular mystery, you should keep it in mind for the future.
Interesting.
Hey.
So is there anything else you'd like to know about the condition of the body? Now's the time.
Come to think of it, there was one thing. Earlier when I was looking at Mukuro's profile, it listed her height and weight.
So...
5 foot 7 inches, 97 pounds. Vitals were 31, 22, 32. Did I get that right?
You remembered all that?
They are indeed consistent with the corpse.
So then...
Indeed.
And don't forget about the Fenrir tattoo. There's absolutely no mistake.
Indeed.
Our victim in this case, without a doubt, is Mukuro Ikusawa.
And?
Is that all you wanted to ask?
Yeah, I think so.
So then...
And it looks like we have no further business with Mukuro's body. Well, let's get going. It's kinda chilly in here.
Oh, wait! Are we not gonna put the body back? Don't you think it's kinda sad leaving it out like this?
Why?
Sad? Did you forget? She was our enemy once. A part of the ultimate despair.
But she still got killed. She's still a victim.
Hey,
Have you ever heard the phrase, you reap what you sow?
Well, yeah, but still.
whew,
You really are naive, you know that? It's really quite appalling. But she could have abandoned me, but she's decided to help me instead. So for someone like that, what does it mean to be naive?
so then,
I think we've done all we can do here. Back to our separate investigations, yes?
Hold on.
Still have one more thing to do. Something I need to talk to Kyoko about. I need to ask her about the pocketbook I found in that locker. If I don't do it now.
Hey, Kyoko. I did have one last thing. I know I shouldn't, but I felt like I have to ask.
what?
Go ahead then. Out with it.
Have you really not seen your dad even once since you got here?
What?
What?
So...
What do you mean?
Well, you know all those lockers on the second floor of the dorms?
Indeed.
I do, yes. But to get into any of the lockers, you need the handbook of whoever the locker belongs to.
Actually, I managed to get them open using that emergency handbook.
I see.
The one you found in the headmaster's hidden room.
And?
So, did you find anything worthwhile in the lockers?
I found a pocketbook, and after looking through it, I think it must be your pocketbook.
Why is that?
What makes you say that?
Because...
Like I said, only the locker's owner should be able to get into it, right? I can't imagine those lockers belong to any of us. After all, we only got access to that area just recently. What I'm saying is there's no way I could have had access to any of those lockers. And if I did have a pocketbook, why would I bother putting it in a locker?
Everything you just said makes perfect sense. But there was something written inside. It was about the headmaster, about your father.
What? If that's true...
Could that mean that video is real too?
Video?
Makoto,
I think everything is finally starting to fit together to reveal a cohesive picture. Although, I'm afraid that picture might be worse than anything we could have imagined.
What are you talking about?
I need to go investigate those lockers right now. I need to confirm what you just said with my own two eyes.
Oh, well, let me give you the headmaster's handbook. That way you can...
so...
That won't be necessary. If I'm right about this, I shouldn't have any problem opening the locker with my own handbook. After all, it would seem that it's my locker.
Your locker?
Makoto.
If you watch this, it'll all make sense. The DVD? It says, class number 78, urgent interviews?
So...
I found it in that hidden room after you left.
Anyway...
I don't have time to explain exactly what I think it means, so just watch it and see for yourself. I think you'll realize exactly what it means. You'll understand why you found my pocketbook in a place none of us have ever seen before. None of this makes sense right now. But I guess that means there's some important clue on this DVD. Alright, interview DVD was added.
I dropped some frames, oh no. Hope everything's okay with the stream.
Makoto.
Oh, now it's my turn. Do you have a second to listen to me ramble?
Ramble?
In other words...
So, as it turns out, the arrangements I made didn't stick. What I mean is, I'm less and less sure of everything, even my own feelings. You're talking about your dad, right? I can never find the answers to the questions I wanted to ask for the rest of my life. And all because of the mastermind.
However...
There's one thing I am sure of. When it comes to the mastermind, there's no room in my heart for forgiveness. I swore to destroy the mastermind. This is just one more reason to follow through on that. Kyoko's eyes burned with a fire of determination. A determination to defeat the mastermind. It's strange to be confronted with his death and suddenly feel this way. Couldn't care less about if my father had found happiness.
Why?
So why does it bother me so much to know how he suffered? It's ridiculous. There's just no understanding it, I guess. She let out a small laugh as she said it, but her smile was filled with sorrow.
Whew.
So, that's it for my rambling. There's still much to do before I can consider my task complete.
Yeah, you're right.
Hey.
But keep this in mind. There is only ever one absolute truth. Whether that truth serves justice or suffering,
whether it's the greatest truth or the worst.
What do you mean?
Makoto,
Even if the truth you uncover is filled with hopelessness, you still can't give up hope.
Absolutely not, because all I can do is keep moving forward. It's pretty much all I'm good at, right? The video is working now? Oh boy. I hope it didn't act up too badly. Oh wait, the video's working now, Luke? Perfect! As soon as like frames dropped, apparently the video is working now. Anyway, hope you're having a good evening. I am going on much longer than I thought, but I am so close to the end of this investigation that I'm gonna get it.
Indeed. Sorry if that was strange.
so then,
Anyway, I need to get going. I'll see you at the class trial.
Leaving behind that final farewell, Kyoko was gone. I better get going myself. Got that DVD from Kyoko. I should head to the AV room and check it out. Kyoko said something about hopeless truth. No matter what happens, I won't lose hope. Even if it's the worst truth in the world, I can't afford to lose.
Click. Yeah, let's go to the first floor.
Not here. I can actually hear you. Not a great evening, but that's why I'm here to feel better. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, dude. Hopefully you can unwind after that. Hey, Red Door. Bye, Red Door. Hello, AV Room. We haven't been in this room since, like, Chapter 1, man. Hold on, I need some water. Talking for, like, 3 hours, because I didn't talk much during the trial, but talking for 3 hours straight, it hurts. Cool, thanks for the coins. What point in the game are we at? Twitch hasn't really... Oh. We are in Chapter 6, Investigation. We are almost to the trial. Basically, my plan has been... I wanted to get through Chapter 5's trial today, and my plan was to try to get through Chapter 6 trial. Or at least, you know, see if I have the energy to get through Chapter 6 Investigation. And then I have work off tomorrow, actually. And I was like, you know what? I have it off tomorrow. We'll do Chapter 6 trial tomorrow and finish the game. So I wanted to get through as much as I could tonight, which is why I'm going on much longer than I had anticipated previously. And, well, I did expect to go this long, but I normally don't go this long, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. So I figured it'd be better to do the finale pretty close together. And I did like a pretty long break from Danganronpa playing Genshin. So I am trying to get through the investigation tonight, and I think it'll be done soon, because I actually need to go to bed in like 30 minutes. So I think the investigation will be over soon. And then tomorrow you might be able to watch. If you can't, that's totally fine. Real life comes first, you know? I'm still debating on the time. I was thinking somewhere between 3, 4 Mountain Standard. Wait, are we in... No, we're in Daylight Time now. Mountain Daylight Time. 3 to 4 Mountain Daylight Time, somewhere around there. Anyway. Should let me play DVDs just fine. Well then, I better take a look. I took the DVD Kyoko gave me and put it in the player. It said that it was playing, but nothing appeared on the screen. I stared into the black of the monitor. It must have only been a few seconds. But to me, it felt like an eternity. And then, all of a sudden, an image appeared. Sayaka? Took me by total surprise. I hadn't seen Sayaka in who knows how long, and there she was. I'll be work at that point, Drat. Nah, it's, again, real life comes first. It is totally okay. It is totally okay. I appreciate you trying to come here regardless. It's fine.
Okay then. Are you ready to begin?
It's Keith Silverstein! It's... Okay, so Keith Silverstein voices Mondo in this game, right? But after Genshin, it's kind of hard to not hear Zhongli in a lot of things. Anyway, the voice I heard on this... I heard was a man positioned on one side of the screen. It was a voice of a middle-aged man.
I do apologize, but I hope you don't mind if I record our conversation. I'm a little slow, you know. I never really got the hang of taking notes while having a conversation.
just mean to show her again. I like it for the added effect, but yeah, no, it's mean, but also the impact it has. Anyway, it sounded like he was trying to make a joke, but Sayaka's tense face didn't move a single millimeter.
So this video is meant to serve as a kind of contract substitute. It's not that I don't trust you guys. It's more like insurance. So please don't worry too much. Now then, let me get straight to the point. There is a chance that you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
You want me to accept that?
I don't remember Sayaka's voice. Sorry, y'all. Sayaka was obviously at a total loss. It made total sense. I would agree to spending the rest of your life in this school.
I accept.
What?
Thank you. And I'm sorry about all this. Well, I can promise you that I will do everything in my power to keep you safe. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, I give you my word.
As if on cue, that's where the video cut out. There's a lot I hadn't understood up till now. But this, only this, I simply couldn't comprehend what I heard. Because I know how much Sayaka wanted to get out of here. I know how much she wanted to escape and pursue her dreams with her friends again. She wanted it so bad, she tried to frame me for murder. So, why? Why would she say yes to living here for the rest of her life? Who is he in Genshin? Zhongli. He is, the man that wears like a brown trench coat, has brown hair. I don't know how far you are in Genshin. He works at the Wangshu funeral parlor. And I don't want to give any more because there's some spoilers with him. He is a Geo character. Anyway. As I sat there thinking about it, I noticed a sudden light on the monitor. The video that I thought was finished. I guess I haven't met him yet. Yeah, well, you might have, depending on how far you are in the Archon story. You'll meet him in Liyue, though. And as soon as you hear his voice, you'll recognize him. Anyway, the video I thought was finished flashed back on screen. My eyes started back to the screen. And if I was confused before, I saw Nex push me right over the edge. Huh? What I saw was me. Possibly undeniably me.
So, Makoto, before we begin, I should let you know that I'll be recording our conversation.
Yes.
Me and the headmaster were looking at each other. He and I were having what seemed like a fairly normal conversation. But the I in the here and now, had absolutely no memory of it. I had no memory of even meeting the headmaster, much less sitting down to talk to him like this.
Now, shall we get straight to the point? Makoto, there's a chance you may have to spend the rest of your life here in the school. Can you accept that?
Yes.
This can't be real. I said yes?
I'm sorry I'm putting you through all this.
Well, I mean, we don't have much of a choice, do we?
But I promise that as long as you're in this school, I will do everything I can to protect you. As the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, that's the very least I can do for you.
Once again, the video cut out. From there, the video repeated the same scene again and again with the others. Yakuya. Toko. Hina. Everyone. They all said they agreed to live in the school forever. And then... Kyoko. Her interview with him had been recorded just as clearly. Without a doubt, she had met him. She'd sat down with the headmaster of Hope's Peak Academy, her father. And when he asked her his question, she answered the same as everyone else. She accepted a life within the school. Just as Kyoko's interview was wrapping up, the monitor suddenly went black. It wasn't just the monitor, the DVD player itself had apparently turned off. Which of course meant that the DVD wasn't playing anymore. What the heck just happened?
Say what?
Oopsie. Looked like it broke. Out of service.
It just so happened to break just now?
Too bad.
Now then, when, doesn't matter. Failure can strike anywhere, anytime. That's what failure is, right?
hell, you cut the power on purpose. Well, whatever. Even if I watched the whole thing, I'd just be more of the same. You'd ask them the same question, they all say yes. Couldn't help myself. I let out a huge exasperated sigh. But as I did, I remembered something.
That's right.
I fainted too, and when I woke up, I noticed a strange feeling of separation within myself. A disconnect.
It would seem...
Thinking back on it now, at that point my memory was gone.
You're the only failure I see, Bear.
That time I'd forgotten. I couldn't remember why I'd come to this school, and I couldn't remember what my ultimate ability was.
But what would make you forget all that?
Hey,
Strange, isn't it? It's hard to imagine it happened by chance. It seems much too convenient.
Convenient outcome. Something that seemed to obviously work in favor of the mastermind. Does that mean I've lost my memory too? What about the others? Have we all forgotten? Or... I was so scared. I'm pretty sure this is the call to the trial, but I was so scared I had forgotten to examine something. And I'd be running around the school trying to figure out what I forgot. But it looks like we got everything.
For anything that has a start, there has to be an end. And if the end comes, then that means it's time for a fresh start. There is no night that doesn't have a dawn. Although that dawn is totally pitch black, there is no storm that won't eventually end. Of course, then that leads to drought. But as I said, every end is the promise of a new beginning. Which is why I'm sure we'll get to meet again. Because the end is only the beginning. Anyway, let's get started. The beginning of the end of the class trial. Everyone gather once again at you know where.
It's about to begin again. The class trial is going to start.
The final class trial. The last time all our lives will be on the line. The last time hope and despair are on the line.
I don't have a choice. I have to do this.
You're unbearable! This is the end.
Can I be frank real quick? I kinda love Monokuma. Like, hold on. I don't know if I should do this while I'm on stream. Okay, seems like the computer's freaking out a bit, so I'm not testing that. But I did make a tier list of, like, all the Danganronpa characters because I got bored one day. And I wonder if I can find it. Yeah, I know that I shouldn't be doing... Okay, I found it. Where did I put Monokuma? Yeah, I put him in, like... I really like Monokuma. He's in my tier list, which I made, like, custom made. Basically, so I made a custom made tier list, and the top is my fave. It just has one character in it. And then it goes down to I love, I really like, love, hate, I like, decent, nah, and nope. So he's in the third highest tier. I actually kind of like Monokuma. He's a terrible, terrible bear, but he's a terrible bear, but I kind of love him. I wonder if people could guess who my favorite character is, but that'll have to come later. Please don't guess in chat. Anyway, guess I'm the first one this time.
Makoto.
You're early, Makoto. Hey, Kyoko.
Listen.
Does that mean you feel prepared?
Yeah, for now at least. But where's everyone else? And anybody wants to know the nope and the fave? I'll text you later. I don't want to take time from the stream now. He's great at what he does, but holy cow, I want to break his ankles. Exactly. He's a very well done because he's great at, like, what the purpose he serves. But yeah, no, putting through everybody this, yeah, no, terrible. Absolutely garbage. Yeah, Luke, I will text you later who my nope and fave were.
Where's everyone else? Why aren't they here yet?
However...
Don't worry. I'm sure they'll be here soon. And just like she said...
Byakuya! Byakuya? Would you rather I call you Sherlock like before?
They arrived one after another. They were all in the same state of shock.
Ina? Hero? Silence. And it wasn't any normal silence. It was the deafening silence of fear and suspicion. It was like the first class trial.
You called for me, and so I
I'm late! Strong silent master, so wonderful, so cool, so hot my loins are ablaze! Yes! Now listen, everything will be just fine if you leave it to me!
My beautiful scissors!
With my sharp scissors in hand, I'll stab and gouge and shiv the master of evil!
But I thought you couldn't kill anyone but adorable little boys.
If it's what master wants, it could be boy, girl, or anything in between. I can handle it. Where am I? No human language can describe the disappointment I'm feeling right now.
Holy cow, Kyoko. I love how Kyoko's being more upfront.
Is everyone here? Oh, and we're wearing our gloopy Gus faces, I see.
Well, now.
Okay, well then, let's begin! This final class trial is gonna be slathered in pitch black despair, maximum sorrow!
That's fine.
You're right, this is the final class trial. And this time, it'll be fair. What do you mean this time? Stop with the slander! I'm a fair and good standing, you know?
Unbelievable.
If there was a Mr. Fair Guy Universe contest, I'd take home the tiara every year. I'm gonna win this game super fair and square.
Today, I'm
And-
feeling white.
And I'll make sure everyone watching at home knows that despair is mightier than the hope.
Stop talking.
Enough of your tedious drivel. Begin the trial already.
Sure. Let's begin the trial already. I'll be waiting for you down below.
You guys.
So don't try and run away.
Laughing as loud as ever, Monokuma disappeared. Whatever.
In the name of my
This will be
family.
over in no time. You take the tiara only by shaking the winner. With an inexplicable confidence, Byakuya was the first into the elevator. One by one, the others followed. Nobody made eye contact. Nobody said a word. They just disappeared into the elevator.
Hey,
And they're all acting odd. They're paranoid, suspicious of each other.
however,
But you know why that is, don't you?
Yeah, I think so.
however,
Well, you can tell us all about it soon. At the class trial.
You're right. I'm ready.
so...
Ready to win, right?
Of course.
I'm glad to hear you say that.
And then Kyoko was aboard the elevator. Let's go. I started making my way toward the opening, step after step toward that gaping maw. I'd resolved this would be the last time. I repeated to myself that there was no fear, no mystery left. Pushed the anxiety down, calming my trembling body, and finally on steady legs, I passed the threshold and stood in the elevator. Without warning, it began to descend. Deeper and deeper. Deeper, deeper, deeper still. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper. Deeper and deeper it fell. Closed my eyes and sight fell away. All sound, too, disappeared. Alone in the universe, I waited for the elevator doors to open for the last time. What could have been seconds or centuries later, I felt the gentle vibration of the elevator come to an end. I slowly opened my eyes. This is the final trial site?
What do you think? Isn't it just the perfect background for designing a person's fate? It's a long-awaited last stage, the always exciting final boss battle. And I'm gonna sit in on this one. I'll just sit right here in the vacant 16 seat.
Chills, chills,
Well then,
chills.
let's begin!
Oh my gosh. And that is where we are going to end it. Holy cow. So, as I mentioned before, I'm save, just to be safe. As I mentioned before, I am going to try to do this tomorrow. I'm going to do the last trial tomorrow. I was thinking about starting somewhere between 3 and 4 p.m. Mountain Daylight Time. It could be later though, I am not sure, but I definitely want Did to be in the afternoon. Glad I could be here for the end. Yeah, no, it's great to, yeah. It's great to see your words, I guess I should say. And thank you for stopping by. I do appreciate it. But anyway, I hope you guys liked that part. It's a long one. I want to get this uploaded on YouTube, hopefully tonight. So, but I had a lot of fun, and it's kind of weird knowing that Danganronpa is going to be ended soon. This all started with me doing the post-game stuff on stream and having a few of my friends being like, yo, what if you just did the actual game? And I was like, okay. So, weird to finally be at the end. But, yeah, that'll do it for this session. Thank you guys for stopping by. I really appreciate it. Thank you everyone who's watching. I'm going to head off now, but I hope you guys have a nice evening or day depending on where you are. It's been real. Yeah. Thank you. Have a good day, y'all. Bye. Thank you again for coming.